Quinganao Longwa. Quinganao Longwa. Nindushinzi ila takwa. Ninonjiai Lenape ok Shiekbi ok Jersey. Now Walotamin Wandak Takwa. Meets each Deptone. Nishi. Kishalamokwan. Nishi, 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 Nishi. Peace. So we're gonna get started about 11. I'm gonna talk a little bit about self-identification. Who are you? What do you identify? How do you identify? A lot of conversation is had about how other people see us. We define ourselves via foreign culture, foreign technologies, anything that is outside of our own cultural norm is what is used to define us. And we're fine with that. We argue and debate over things like were there Negroes in America before 1492, as if a Negro is a real thing, as if the people that you want to label Negro before you even consider that they have an identity, a name, a history, a culture, you just want to attach them to Negroes. And the moment you label these people who have been in the Americas for thousands of years, the moment you label them Negroes, you tie them into a foreign history that they have nothing to do with. And because some Europeans come over here and see some people of similar attributes, and they start calling them Negroes out of their cultural expression, now a whole group of people have been reduced, their history has been stripped, they've been denationalized, they've been turned from whatever tribal nation they were with the great rich history they had, they've been reduced to Negroes because some European wrote it in a book. And now some modern Negroes read the book and have accepted that they're Negroes, right? And will use all the European documentation, all the documentation they can find from anywhere in the world to prove that we're Negroes. I could write, and I do it all the time. I call people morons all the time. If somebody found the things I wrote in 1,000 years, 100, 200 years, is that going to prove that the people I was calling morons are actually morons? Or is it just going to document historically that someone at that point called these people morons, or that someone at this point called these people Negroes? Does that make these people Negroes? That's how easily y'all give up identities. Because if you'll give up these people identity that quick, how quick will you give up your identity? If you're fighting to call these people who never called themselves Negroes, then What are you fighting for yourself? Because you need them to be Negro because you've already accepted that you're a Negro. So rather than you say, you know what, I think Negro is bullshit. Who am I? You want to reduce everybody else to being Negroes. And that's what's really going on here. And it's like an oxymoron. You're fighting for the ability to self-identify. And in the process of you self-identifying, you're stripping everybody else of their identity. Right? Like, let's just think about this. You have somebody like Ali Muhammad, who's about to have this debate, and I actually might get the debate. Let me keep my eye on the time. I actually might get the debate. I might watch that. See Jabari destroy Ali Muhammad. But somebody like myself, right? I ain't just jumped into this a couple years ago. I'm familiar with Ali Muhammad. And I see a man that has moved through life, you know, went to college, he was a football player, you know what I mean? Sure, he had aspirations to go further, you know, in the NFL, whatever. It's pretty good too. Some video games of him. I mean, some videos of him in college, like played safety. It's pretty good. You know, that didn't work out, but I believe he got some type of degree. I don't know. Well, the point is, no, I do know. I just don't feel like accessing the information because about 5 years ago, you know, did a deep dive into him. You know, his degrees he claimed, and he don't have none of them shits. Some controversial shit happened to him when he was in college. You know, bunch of, you know, niggas go through shit when you're in college. Everybody go through shit, and none of us had an easy road. You know what I mean? But the point is, like, he's from South Carolina. We looked into his history from before. And what I see is someone moving through life trying to figure out who he is. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's why he was a Nation of Islam, right? And after he realized there were some fallacies within that, he became a Moor. He started teaching Moorish science. Peace, Chase. Started teaching Moorish science. So then he started the ISIS, right? Started ISIS. And that was some indigenous society, but it's ISIS. It's based on Kemetic stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because he was firmly into, we're from Africa. He switched up at a certain point, but his foundation was the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam don't talk about being from America. Don't talk about being Aboriginal, indigenous, right? So then he jumped to the Moorish thing, and that's when he switched up into the Aboriginal, indigenous, and he was ISIS, and then the terrorism stuff started happening, and it just wasn't a good name to have because there was an actual terrorist group named ISIS. So we switched it to Arna, right? But the point I'm making is this man went through different chambers of thought, and that's perfectly fine. But when you drag people with you because you want to be some type of leader, now you got people running around here calling themselves Tasha She, saying the Powhatan are descendants of the Olmec. And then once they co-sign your shit, now you say, well, shit, let me up the ante. The Powhatan are related to the Lenape, so shit. If this girl who says she's Powhatan isn't going to disagree with me, and I say the Powhatan are Olmec, shit, let me up the ante. Now I'm going to say the Lenape are Olmec. But guess what? I ain't one of these motherfuckers that's going to let you just drag the Lenape name through whatever you want to drag us through. None of my relatives. So, no, Lenape are not no Olmec descendants for a million different reasons. All right. But the point I'm trying to make is this is somebody who has dragged people through his journey as he's trying to figure himself out. And look how many times he was in error and had to switch up, change my name, change my group, change my affiliation. Now he's Ali, ain't no more Muhammad. And then he's the God body. So now after all of this, now he's coming back to God body. Now, do you know the history of the 5% Nation? 5% Nation comes out of the Nation of Islam. And the 5% Nation, who coined the phrase, who the phrase term God body come from, right? Don't teach none of the shit he teaching. He can't go to a law school in Harlem and teach the shit he teaching. They will bomb him the fuck out. They will run him up out of there, off that block, calling himself God body. Word is bond. Anybody that know the gods know that. He will get bombed out teaching that shit around any gods. They are not going to have it, especially no older gods. Young gods might go for this shit if there even are still young gods. But Ali Muhammad will never go to Allah's school, step up in there and introduce himself as God body, and then start teaching the shit he's teaching. Word is bond on everything. And he knows that. The point I'm trying to make is these people are going through journeys and they're taking bunches of people with them. And when they're wrong, it ain't just them being wrong now. It's all the people who have followed them and attached things to their names that ain't got nothing to do with their motherfucking identity. About 10 more minutes before I start this video. But, so, when we talk about identity and who you are, it can't be based on a xenonym. It can't be based on that. You can't be telling me who you are, and then to prove it, you pull out a book by some European. I don't give a fuck what type of scientist he is. Do you not see that the moment you grab a book, you're not telling me who you are. You're telling me who these people said someone they saw when they got here was. We don't even know if you're connected to the people they describing. See, I know I'm connected to the people that Verrazano was describing because of my family history, because the places of where my family lived, right? Because of our DNA, because of the history of who the people that came here mixed in with certain groups and then ended up mixing in with my family. So we know that we descend from specific groups of Lenape based on our European ancestors' interactions with those specific groups of Lenape. All right, so I talk about things that I know are directly connected to me. So even if I reference something that's somewhat like me referencing Verrazano, I'm not telling you I'm Lenape because Verrazano describes some people as this or that. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you I'm this because of my family, lineage, our history, our records. And then I use the external shit, as in what these Europeans are writing, to further add more evidence on top of it. I don't start with them. So what's a xenonym or exonym, however you want to say? What is it? How many people even know what it is? Do we know what it is? Use them all the time. Let's see. All right, exonym. EXONYM. An exonym from Greek. Exo, outer. Onurna, name. outer name, also known as xenonym, is a common external name for a geographical place, group of people, individual person, or a language dialect that is used only outside that particular place, group, or linguistic community. Bomb. Okay? So what is a xenonym? It's what people who are not from your community call you because they're comfortable calling you that. It's not what you call yourself. So these people were comfortable calling the people they saw here Negro. So they called them that. That don't make them motherfucking Negroes. That don't attach them to no Negro history. But the moment you say, yeah, they was Negroes, see, look, they said they were Negroes. Now you're attaching them to all this shit. And now y'all got motherfucking West is the East, East is the West. And that's where your mind can be open to all this bullshit that they teach you about, oh, Egypt is in America and the Negro, and then they start showing you Negro land, and they show, and then there's actual history that actually connects the people who come from that area that they labeled Negro land that are not Negroes. They all have their own identities. Motherfucker show you a map. Look, here's Negro land. They show you a map of Africa that says Negro land. If you go into Africa, into that land that they say is Negro land, ain't gonna be no Negroes. None. It'll be people of tribal identities and culture specific. None of them will introduce you as Negro, themselves to you as Negroes. These are all exonyms, external names placed on people. And then with that, right, because with language, right, with naming things comes jurisdiction. So once you apply a name to something, it speaks to ownership. So when you call this place America, you're calling it America because the white man called it America. Now you're giving jurisdiction of this place linguistically to the European. These are all the little mental mind games that's going on as to why people are so open to this bullshit. Because the foundation is completely like not nobody, but most people aren't on a firm square, right? Their foundation is shaky. Like I had a young dude the other day come up to me and say, or no, he came online and said, "You are pseudo, sir. You are Dirty Moore, and Dane Calloway exposed you." Right? That's what he came up and he said it confident. And I'm like, damn. I already know this motherfucker don't know nothing he's talking about. Anything from this point on, any type of interaction with this person from that point on is going to be based on fallacy. It's going to be based on misnomer. It's going to be based on him not knowing the truth. So he is already starting out on a shaky foundation. He not building his foundation. He not trying to build with me on the truth. He's already coming in on lies that he doesn't even question. Nor can he even tell me what makes me a dirty Moor. So it's like, it's crazy. It's like as soon as you step on the court, motherfucker throw you the ball and you start running with it. Motherfuckers know immediately you don't know the rules. Get this nigga off the fucking court. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, motherfucker, you stepping into the arena and the first thing coming out your mouth is fallacy, is a lie, is not the truth. This is why I say I don't take a lot of these motherfuckers serious. Because their minds are so, like, their minds are so polluted. It's like a motherfucker left a little stop at every door. Just imagine if your mind is a house, is a mansion, right? With all these rooms. And each room got its own little science and thought and own little, you know, special, that each room is self-contained and supposed to keep these doors shut. Yeah, keep all these doors shut because it's all valuable stuff in each room. These people's mind are like mansions, and all the doors in the mansions are left open. So anybody can just walk in their mind, place any book on any shelf, take anything from there, and walk in and out freely, and they have no, they have no security level. They have no information governance. That's something I talked about before. Information governance. How do you determine what's good information for you? This is the best way I can fucking compare it, right? Information governance. Information is, right? You can be standing around someone and be listening to them have a conversation, and by you eavesdropping, you might learn something, right? Anything, right? Just from being around someone, not even somebody you know. You sit here, you listen to people online that you don't even know, right? None of us. We listen to people we don't even know, most of the people, right? But what you're doing is you're opening up these doors in that mansion that is your mind to thoughts that other people can stick wherever they want. And if you don't have a proper level of information governance, right, you're going to let anything float into your mind. I know this because guess what? I went through it. We went through it when we started coming up to Harlem and sitting in them Moorish classes. We would listen to what they had to say, and that shit was mad interesting. That shit was dope. I cannot front. Taj Tariq, that motherfucker's a great speaker, right? But guess what? Because I had a level of information governance already in place. What's information governance? It's knowing the rules. It's knowing, nah, motherfucker, you ain't give me no source. It's knowing these things that people are fucking screaming about now, source up. Like, I don't know, we've always known that. We called it show and prove. And once a month in Harlem, right? We had things. We had the rallies once a month. And when you come to the rally, you're gonna have show and prove. You know what I'm saying? Like, source up, that's not no new thing. That's new to motherfuckers that's just now getting into these intellectual spaces. But you always had to show and prove. The moment someone says something and doesn't show and prove, anybody should see from that moment on, they suspect. That's swift wisdom. What's swift wisdom? Means you talking, but you don't know what you're saying. There's no foundation to the words coming out your mouth, so you're just saying words, literally. Swift wisdom. There's no foundation. Therefore, the only understanding that can be brought forth is that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the only thing we're gonna learn from you when you open your mouth, is that you don't know what the fuck you talking about, which means you're just a narcissistic motherfucker that don't care what it takes to hold people's attention. If you gotta fucking make a fool out of yourself, if you gotta come up here and every time you come on somebody's show, you get fucking shut down, right? I sit here and listen to these niggas. It be little weird niggas that come on these lives and they get shut down every time they come on the live. They end up jumping off, running off, getting crazy, acting crazy all the time. And every time motherfuckers come up there, they like, this is what this shit is turned into. Motherfucker said it the other day, right? They said debates aren't about right or wrong, right? And then I'm realizing that a lot of these people, I don't know, it reminds me of a video game. They play the truth like a video game, right? Yeah, it had a monthly parliament, absolutely. They play this indigenous shit like a video game, and when they come online, they know they got endless lives. So they'll come on like they're trying to beat the board, and you know, to beat the board there's a pattern, which means there's rules. which means to beat a board, to beat a video game, there's already a set pattern. You just have to figure it out. That's what life is. All this shit, right? Law, everything. All got a set pattern. There's a remedy. There's everything. There's got to be. Or else there's no life, right? So these people are coming on here and they're just playing the game until they then they remember, okay, that's what I got to do at that point. When you go into this room, first thing you got to do is turn to the left. You got to shoot the old lady because she's hiding behind the rocking chair. That's the shit they're doing. They're just memorizing what to do, what not to do. So every time they come on lives, like dude said, they're just shooting arrows in the dark, seeing what sticks. You know what I mean? They know they have endless amounts of lives. Why? Because you pay for your lives in video games. So if you got a pocket full of change, right, you can keep putting quarters in the machine. This is going way back before a lot of y'all. This is when we was at the arcades and shit. And guess what? When you was at the arcade, you had to be thorough. Couldn't go to the arcade with a pocket full of money and not be thorough. Word is bond. You get all your fucking change taken. Can't go to the roller rink to see the rap show if you ain't thorough. Couldn't do nothing growing up when I was growing up if you wasn't thorough. And I'm saying, oh yeah, that's old nigga. I'm just saying motherfuckers is cut from a different cloth. We all ain't get trophies. I ain't get no participation trophy. Every trophy I got because I fucking won. Because I showed and proved I was better than motherfuckers. You ain't get no fucking participation trophy. Right? So these niggas is throwing darts, seeing what sticks. Shit ain't sticking. And they just keep coming back. They're not fucking trying to learn. They're trying to play a game that's going to make them popular. They don't care if you clown them. As long as they got your attention, they feel like they're winning. Shit crazy. So yeah, I just wanted to kill a little time before. So we're going to jump into this. It's, yeah, we're going to talk about the term black. What does black mean to you in your culture? How do you define black in your culture? What's the word for black in your language? What does it spiritually represent? Now, if you tell me you're a scientist, raised by scientists, and I'm from the nation of science, and all we do is science, and my mother was a this scientist, and my father was a that scientist, and my culture is science, and then you say to me, science means death, according to culture, according to science, black means death, then I'm like, oh, damn, this nigga was raised by scientists, so that's you know what I mean? But I know y'all like to think y'all scientists, or whatever, researchers, whatever you call yourself, but what culture do you come from? What people do you come from? First thing, find out what the word black was, which was describing a natural phenomenon, right? Black is a color. Starts there, all right? Then other things get associated with. So let's just start with the color, right? Let's start with the descriptive form. What was the word for that color that we call black, for that darkness? What was the word in your culture? And then what did it represent? Like how they applied it to people, right? Spiritually, what did it represent for your people? How about that? How about we start defining things according to who we are? Because you want to argue about you're this, you're that. Okay, well, tell me about you and your culture and your people. Okay, cool. Y'all the abos, y'all this, y'all that. Start sharing cultural information, the things you did, your practices. If you want people to take you serious, start talking about some real things beyond, you know what I mean? So, who's like, it's okay, I'm my family. Okay, your family, cool. Show us something culturally that defines you, because you want to define yourself according to what? European research? Is that what you're using to define yourself? And then you want to force that on others. No, that is supporting evidence. That's not primary sources. Primary sources are the people. In order for you to learn who the people are, you need to study history. And if you study history properly, you can find out who all the people are. If you want to know who, like, motherfuckers act like they can't use genealogy to find out who other people are. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. But we're going, as I used to say, I digress. I digress. Fucking weirdo shit. All right, so we're going to get into this.
Wanishi, Keisha Lamuquain, Ubake Serene Sally, 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 Ubake Serene Sally. I am the son of Tara, son of Michael, grandson of Barbara and Ronald, Sharon and Mary, great-grandson of Lizzie, Grady, Ivy, Texan, Robert, Agnes, Hannah, Ernest. Honor your ancestors, and your days will be long. And this is medicine. 40 days and 40 nights on the North Pacific. Starts to read like a prophecy if you know the scriptures. For the sake of enlightenment, I embarked a mission. In the belly of the beast, under harsh conditions. Who else you know was a carpenter and a fisherman? Connected to the earth and made land sing like Michigan. Rain dancing to the beat of the Most High's drum. Standing on the shoulders of giants, no feet, far from I'm from. A land where brothers stand by the hydrant. Fire, water, you don't wanna see the miles run. 3 sons in my orbit of lives bless me with daylight, so I'm investing my savings and showing their future stay bright. Black lives matter, hold up, only if you claim white. Looking at these protests like they ain't playing the game right. What's hidden in plain sight remains out of reach to the blind. They say Jupiter's the reason we climb, but we only reach ascension when we hit a decline. Instead of reaching with my hands out, I'ma reach in my mind. Take the chips out of the cortex and reach the divine transformation. I'm the living, breathing Optimus Prime. Fingerprints next to the dots on these lines, and watch the Kundalini rise through every single knot on your spine. If you not catching these seeds, then you are not on your grind. Twist the J up for the chiefers getting out of their time zone. Fly paper planes out in the sky, trying to get this cancer out of July. While I'm alive, medicine wheel moving through the zodiac signs. 12 sides to a story, don't be skipping no lines. Me, I sip and I tie. All my symbols are sealed. When I was floating on the ocean, all these things were revealed. I came back to the land and then I saw how he kneeled. And everybody took the bait while they still making their deals. I'm just here to bring this medicine to wake up and heal. Willfully they'll stop misplacing their zeal. Willfully they'll stop making all these vacant appeals and stop making a scene so we can make it for real. Copper penny skin magic, never play with Shaquille. Stop making the scene so we can make it for real. I yield. Bake mom set it for 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 Waftalana Kula babin kunta fatin salihina menal kirati Allahu.
Sent my bro the little invite. Just gonna kick it tonight, watch the Lakers game a little bit. Invite anybody up that'd like to come up and educate myself and whoever might listen. Where they from? You know, I like to learn some things about other people. I'm very interested in the people who say they from here and they never migrated here. I'm real interested in learning your stories, something I can be grounded in, so I can have a better understanding of what it is
Just saying, because my people did say when they got here, it was people here. And we do have evidence of all types of peoples that even occupied this land prior to us being here. So if you're one of them people, I like to hear about your people, if that's possible. You can share with us unless it's too sensitive. I understand if it's too sensitive. But I keep hearing so much about these people, and I don't want to be disparaging. I want to hear your story. I want to learn about this dirt. Is it some type of special dirt? Where is this dirt located? Because we do have tales of special dirt. Like, that probably sounds crazy to you, but we do have, in our mythology, it speaks about special dirt. And where to go get that special dirt? So I was wondering, when people say they come from the dirt. Okay, copy, bro. Do what you do. Being a good father. Absolutely. Yeah, so yeah, Chief Two Hawk said he'll join in a little while. But yeah, so we have some in our mythology that speak about a special dirt. The Bible talks about dirt. The Sumerian myths, creation stories, Babylonian, they talk about special dirt. Then Herzog and all them work with special dirt. Everybody got a little special dirt story. I'm trying to hear your special dirt story. Because I guess you're not far off. I just want to hear a little more details about the dirt. It's even in the Bible, right? Talk about the dirt. So yeah, like I said, I'm just chilling tonight, bro. It's gonna pull up. Anybody else want to pull up? They could probably pull up. I don't expect too many on here. You know, they be. Yeah, no. Hold on, let me put this in the chat for y'all. So you can come up, introduce me to this fucking dirt. What was that? Copy, okay. Yeah, I was getting excited about my Lakers. They was looking good. Bron goes down. So I'm just gonna see what they look like without them. While I pass any judgment, they might still have it. I put the link in there. Anybody want to come up?
Yeah, so this is a replay of a earlier build. You know, I keep my builds, peace. We keep the builds private now because I figured out what these weird niggas was doing. You know what I'm saying? They talk shit about Turtle, but they sit on Turtle's channel, take notes, and then they reverse engineer the information and try to add it to their shit so they can get some credibility. That's why you keep hearing all of them with the Lenape name in their mouth. What you think made them start talking about the African burial ground? Yeah. Quietly, it's like a quiet war. They trying to go to war. They trying to discredit those of us who are still tied to our communities. They like to tell you we some type of traitors and all this shit. They're trying to weave this crazy ass story for people who are fucking stupid. People that they think are stupid. Because I know they don't believe this shit themselves. I know they don't. So yeah, Two Hawks gonna be joining soon. And But yeah, this is
Um,
a replay.
got any special teachings about any special dirt from anywhere on the planet? I'd like to learn about it. I heard about this book that people quoting about the first Earth that came out after the flood was the Americas. It's a geology book, I think. I haven't delved into the book because if I were to be researching about humanity, I wouldn't be looking at geology books. Being a geologist talks about Earth, don't talk about humans, talks about geology. So yeah, the book do say that, I believe. I believe I read that myself, but it's talking about rocks and shit. It ain't talking about humans. Now, I guess you could make a leap and say, well, if the first rocks came out the water in the Americas, then of course the first civilization had to, and the first people, because the first rocks came out, right? And I should be all for that shit. I'm a rock. But that's not what that book says. But I know people reference it when they talk about, who knows? Who knows? I'm curious. I will turn the floor over tonight to anybody who wants to go in depth in this originally from America shit.
Nobody want to talk about it.
But Chief Two Hawks would be on, and I know I was accused of chopping the video up and hiding things, but that's not really what happened.
All right, so like masonry, America first land after the flood. Chinese masonry be stating that. Yeah, I know what y'all talking about. There, you can find Noah's Ark in Chinese writing and all that. All right, but look what's going on. America first land after the flood. Chinese masonry book be stating that. See what I'm saying? Why isn't it the Native Americans state that? Why is it always a foreign source that defines us? That's what they always get. And none of them is Chinese. None of them can read none of that shit. I know it's a dude that be teaching that shit. He's a Chinese Christian pastor, and he be breaking all that shit down, how the characters in boat match up to the description in Noah's Ark. It's a whole bunch of shit. You know what I mean? I watched that dude shit. Now, I don't know about no Chinese masonry stating America was first, but if that's where you got to go to get this information, then how you stating that America, why wouldn't America have that first? I don't get that. If America came out first, why wouldn't the American nations have that? Primarily the oldest nations. Because guess what? We know who the oldest nations are in the Americas, and it's based on linguistics, right? And I know people could argue, no, this and that. But check this out. And because I'm who I say I am, and I can prove it. No, I know I'm speaking to that. Not you, I'm speaking to that. I'm speaking to all the people out there who might believe that. So we can always, like, stuff I keep in the vault, but I could share it at any time, right? I just don't know, like, people don't understand what they're seeing or the value of it. So it's like, I'm not even gonna show. But there is someone who is a linguistic anthropologist. Does anybody know what a linguistic anthropologist is? So we'll just look it up so we can define it properly. All right. Linguistic anthropology studies the nature of human languages in the context of those cultures that developed them. Right? No, this is it. Studies that's more or less it, yeah. Studies the nature of human language in the context of those cultures that developed them. Scholars in the field seek to understand the social and cultural foundations of language itself, while exploring how social and cultural formations are grounded in linguistic practices, right? So it's a very in-depth study, all right? Linguistic anthropologists study the ways in which people negotiate, contest, and reproduce cultural forms of social relations through language. They examine the ways in which language provides insights into the nature and evolution of culture in human society, right? So being a linguistic anthropologist, all right, that's a science. That's somebody that should be respected in terms of studying languages. So I know a sister who is a linguistic anthropologist, and she did her thesis in the Lenape language. Okay, so she's an accredited linguistic anthropologist. She did a thesis on Lenape language, and guess what? She's Lenape, and she comes from a very prominent family in South Jersey in terms of her Lenape lines, right? So she's somebody that came up in the culture, is a part of the culture, then went to school to be able to speak on behalf of it in the arenas that are scientifically accepted. You understand? Like she did that for her nation. So she's a linguistic anthropologist, right? Many of us were invited, as we are every year, to Princeton. Princeton University has a history and language symposium, a Lenape history and language symposium. At that symposium, she is the one doing the demonstrations, along with other Lenape speakers from all over America, right? Canada as well, all over the Americas. Canada, Oklahoma, everybody's there. And I got it all on film. And I could show the whole demonstration, right? And in that demonstration, she speaks to how the language, and this is an example of an exonym, right? A xenonym, right? She speaks to the language that we speak. The nation, my nation, and the Eastern woodland nations, they call us the Algonquin nations because we speak Algonquin. That's the language that they say we speak. But the actual name of the language, see, Algonquin is the exonym. It's what they call our language. And it's a French derivative of the term Algonquin, right? It's a derivative, but it's the French version. So they call us Algonquin people or Algonquin speaking people. But what we call that language is Lenape. So when they say these are Algonquin people and all these people are saying they're Algonquins, what they're really saying is that they're Lenape linguistically. But if you are someone who identifies us as Algonquin speakers, you are automatically showing that you are an outsider. And even those of us who are from the nations and don't know that, it just shows that they haven't been taught properly. You know what I'm saying? So all these things are going on all around us, and people are reinforcing them, saying that these people are Negroes, saying these people are Algonquin. But if you talk to the people themselves, they'll say, no, we're not Negro. And, you know, in our cases, you know what I mean? Those of us that know say, no, we don't, Algonquin is not the language. That's what they call it. You know what I mean? Like Iroquois is not what those people call themselves, right? All these terms that people use, every single term that people use, are not the terms that the people themselves use, but these people want you to think they're those people. Does that even make sense? I'm confused.
Probably when you went on it to review it, for some reason, just it all hadn't posted yet. You know what I mean? That's what happens a lot of times. And then also with my content, you know, I don't just leave it
I don't leave
up for people. You know what I'm saying? I've learned to private my content once I get done going live. You know what I mean? I've been sweeping through a lot of my old videos and seeing a lot of people's comments on there. And I started realizing, oh yeah, a lot of these people that act like they don't know what's going on, yeah, they right up on that shit. And you know, I figure I got enough shit out there, enough, you know what I mean? Get some other people dropping some shit. Yeah, I private my content. But we ain't teaching nothing anyway, right? It don't matter. We're not doing shit. So, yeah, I just had ain't gonna break no. Yeah. Yeah, so I put the video live, sister, if you want to go up there and review it again. I don't know why you trying to paint a picture like somebody let somebody fucking disrespect you on the page. Like you literally came on the page asking about some out of grad, like trying to pin some out of Africa shit on me. Like, but this is what
math are you talking about? Math of what situation? You know, I'll drop the link if it's something you want to build about. What situation you talking about? I don't like the math on what? This is what I don't be. What's the math? What's the science? What's the math? Do you know what? Like, what is the math? You know, I don't know what the math is in the situation. I don't know. So.
See, people be having intentions, right? We wasn't talking about nothing, no out of Africa, nothing. And then she come in and try and, you know, pin me to the wall like I'm married to some out of Africa shit. But what was really going on is for some reason she got an issue, got a bone to pick. I don't know what it is, you know what I mean? People got issues because I don't separate from African ancestry or you know what I mean? Like, because I'm not a hypocrite and in one moment accept science, then the next moment say science is lying.
Ready for no real.
You know what I'm saying? And then without being able to prove it, you know what I mean? I don't do that shit. So, you know what I mean? I got no problem. Sapien, like shit don't mean nothing to me. Like I don't lose my jurisdiction or my identity if I accept that humanity comes from a certain place. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't change 100,000 years of history. It doesn't change the past 10,000 years of history. It doesn't change none of those things. Like my claim ain't rooted in we was here from the beginning of time. That's not what my claim is. My shit is tied to a nation. Nation was clearly here before the United States. That's all that matters. Making this claim that we're the first person here and that should somehow give us jurisdiction over everything. Like, that's too ancient to be arguing over. But people seem to think they have the jurisdiction to argue over these things. That's another thing. And if you say you from here, you've always been here for millions of years, I'd like to hear that story. But anyway, let me get back to the sister who obviously had a bone to pick. So I don't know if it was last week or 2 weeks ago on Facebook, I put a post up about black. And in the post, I clearly stated, I was not identifying black as an identity. So the same sister that just tried to pin this out of Africa shit on me and create just what's going on now, a little discourse, tells me this sounds like a confusing endorsement at a time when people need clarity. You say that the Lenape respected black, it means nothing. My people love to appear as dark as possible as well. The fact is your people could love green or black, but their identity was Lenape, never black. That's what she wrote. So my response was her name, which is why you should have read the entire post. I clearly state, I do not endorse black as an identity. Not sure how that is confusing unless you are looking for confusion. That's the point I'm trying to make. She's looking for confusion. She wanted to check me on a post that I made, and I will read the post to you. Right? So she responded, or somebody else responded. So I'm not going to read that response. And so she responded, I did read your comment. So if you read my comment, and in my comment, I said, I do not endorse black as an identity. If you read my comment, why did you proceed to now try to get me to put me in a position to where I endorse black as an identity? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. So I did read your comment. I apologize if it came off wrong. It didn't come off wrong. It was wrong. Like, what do you mean came off wrong? I give you the greatest respect. Oh, you give me the greatest respect. Then the next encounter you have with me, you ask me about some out of Africa shit. But you give me the greatest respect. Like, people just be running their mouth. They just be saying whatever. Whatever sounds good at the time. Now, the post I was referring to, right, was dealing with black in terms of what it meant to you culturally. Right? I asked, what was the word for black in your language? You know what I'm saying? Let me get the post. And rather than her respond with the word for black in her language and what it meant to her people, she responded this scientific. She responded speaking for fucking Europeans. She didn't speak for herself. Like, I thought I was clear. What did it mean to your people? Because ain't we supposed to be defining ourselves according to our cultures and our understanding? So here it is. Here's one of the first posts. This is what I wrote. And this is the one she responded to. This is what I mean when I say people are looking for problems. You know what I mean? According to science, black means death. According to whose science? I'm questioning. According to whose science? This is what black represents in Lenape culture. Okay? Nzúkeew Maskanus Khan. That's what black. That's black. Nzúkeew. All right? The best I can say it. I'm sure somebody can say it better, but that's the term. Nzúkeew. All right? Now, in Lenape culture, the color black was perceived as a living color and worn on the face to prepare for war, as shown in the above picture, right? So, the first line, the color black was perceived as a living culture. So, science, right, which is a European word, we can trace it back to Latin, right? So this comes the mentality of people who are not my people. In their culture, in their to them, science, in science, black means death. But in my culture, it's perceived as a living color. So we're completely opposite. So the first thing I find out when I look at when I examine my culture as opposed to European culture and their science, the first thing I notice is that we interpret black as life. They interpret it as death. So now when people are running around here telling you black means death, that's not what it means to the Lenape. And if I'm gonna be consistent with who I am, then that's the point of reference I'm gonna come from. I'm not gonna come from everybody else's first. I'm gonna be aware of that. So I know if I walk into a hall of science, right, and that's who has jurisdiction over the conversation, then I understand, okay, in this conversation, black is going to mean death. But I know in my culture, black means life. So I'm going to continue. Black is a very aggressive color. It's aggressive. Wow. So what do we get accused of being black people? And what frightens people the most? Our aggression. That's what these people fear the most. Our aggression. Right? So now I've identified two attributes that my culture identifies black with that are positive. And those are two aspects of culture that Europeans look as negative when we embody those things. They look at black as death, and they do not like aggression. Only when they're aggressive. If we get aggressive, yeah, you know what happens. Go on YouTube and look at when Europeans get pulled over and they get aggressive, and then go look at what happens when we get pulled over and we don't even get aggressive. We already know what that means, all right? We know what black aggression is viewed as, all right? But in Lenape culture, it's a positive thing. It's strength, all right? So we go on. Black meant strength. See? So if I'm in my Lenape mind and I'm not colonized and I'm getting rid of the European mindset, black does not mean any of the things that science says. So why am I getting checked by a woman who's supposed to be of indigenous ancestry from the beginning, from the dirt, never been nowhere else before, but all your references are European stock. All the files you're pulling out is European stock. And then when I pull out Lenape files, you question me. Just like yesterday. You're doing it again here, and this was how many days ago? February 11th. See, people are consistent in their behavior. All right? So, as I go on, black men's strength. It also indicated that the wearer was a powerful warrior who had proven himself in battle. Black also used to symbolize victory and might be applied before returning home to the camp. So before returning home from a battle, you would apply black. These are different cultural traditions that different tribes have, and they use different colors for different reasons. So I'm not going to say this is blanket for all tribes. I'm just speaking for Lenape. And if I want to decolonize myself, and I'm Lenape, I'm going to go back to my people's traditions. So this is why I say to people, I give the example. Okay, we know what black means in science. What does black mean in your culture? And I give an example of what it means in my culture, right? If I'm going to ask the question, right, this is what I'm trying to tell you. If I'm going to take something away from you, I'm going to replace it with something at least equal or greater. Hopefully this gives you the insight to look into your own traditions and see what black truly means in your culture. That's the equal. That's your equality. This mathematics. And I'm giving you an example, a reference, something that you can look at and clearly see. I'm not asking you to take these things on face value because they came out my mouth. I gave you examples from my culture of what they represent. Now, how does the things I just read of what black symbolizes to the Lenape, now compare that to black power. Compare that to black power. A living color, an aggressive color. It meant strength. Also indicated that the wearer of it was powerful. That's black power. Like, what are we talking about? All right. So when we talking about this person going to sit up here and try and question me, I'm trying to show y'all real shit. Real shit that you could dance around it all you want. What she should have done was, because see, this is how we'd have did on the streets. If we building on a subject, right? If you building on the science, like if we building on a day's degree on the math, you come in and show you understand the day's degree that you're speaking on. First, you show that you understand the degree. And then you add on how you see it. You don't just come in and start adding on how you see it. Before you add on how you see it, you got to qualify that you even understand the degree, right? So this woman, each time we encounter her, she never shown proof that she understands the degree we dealing with. She just come adding on some shit that be way off. And she do it each time. She gonna come try and check me about black, and she coming from a completely European perspective, arguing the European perspective, and I'm trying to show a demonstration of how to get away from that. That's what the whole demonstration is, to say that there's something else other than how the European thinks. Okay, we know everybody done told us black mean death in science, and that's the first thing come out of people's mouths. Shit, black mean this, black mean that, according to the European. So I ask a simple question. Well, if you're not that, you say you indigenous, what did black mean to your people? And if the word bothers you, what was the word in your people's language? Let's talk about a phenomenon. Let's not talk about how they manipulate, you know what I mean? The media, the meds, how they twist it and present it to you. How does your people see it? Man, nah, she just wanted to tear down, want to destroy, want to insult a man, want to bring a man's wife up, want to say all these other things. Want to try and act like we was attacking her. Let me tell you something. Y'all ever heard of a shark attack? You ever heard of shark attack? What's a shark attack? Is a shark attack when you jump in the ocean and a fucking natural living fucking being that's in its natural habitat gets hungry and you're swimming around and it does what's in its nature and it bites you? Is that a shark attack? Or is that you just being food? Know where you at. A shark attack is when you laying in the bed and that shark come in your motherfucking house and bite you. That's a goddamn attack. Not if you swinging in this motherfucker's natural habitat. You know what I'm saying? Not if like you in the wrong place is what I'm trying to tell you. You up here trying to act like somebody did something to you. You came in inappropriate, trying to change the conversation, trying to pin somebody to the wall. Nobody was talking about no out of Africa shit. And here you come, questioning me like you got authority over something. Needing clarity from me about out of Africa as if you can't move on with your shit till you get clarity from me about out of Africa. Why you need me to agree with you? Why do any of these people get so shook up about this out of Africa shit? Motherfuckers act like the out of Africa theory is just for the African American. That shit is for all humanity. Like, if the out of Africa theory takes away your jurisdiction over any particular land, then it takes it away from everybody. Like, that shit ain't just for you. You know, motherfuckers be like, yo, they say we come from monkeys. Well, if they say we come from monkeys, then they say everybody come from monkeys. But that's not what they say. They don't say we come from monkeys. They say we have a common ancestor. It's very different. You don't come from your aunt. Maybe some of you know what to do. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm still curious. You know, Brother Two Hawks will be on soon. Until then, I'm curious if anybody can come up and teach me about this incredibly special dirt that allows human beings to evolve anywhere on the planet. And then they do this. Yo, so you mean to tell me all life? I ain't say all life. Nobody said nothing about all life. We talking about the Homo sapiens sapien. Not all life. Because then you're going to prove to me, by proving to me that a plant grew someplace else first. That's what they do. Are talking about bushes and trees and shit. Like, we ain't going to regress onto that shit, but a lot of this shit these people be talking, it just be from European reference, just be from their point of view. I was listening to a thing, you know, I be on this little TikTok shit. I be listening to a lot of South American, a lot of Mexicans. And it was like, yeah, he came in, South American dude, and he's like, yeah, let me tell you about what happened to my people and who my people are. Started talking about his people. That motherfucker said, yeah, it all started in 1492. I said, oh, this nigga coming out of some goddamn book. How your people history start in 1492? But that's where his shit was starting. And because he come from behind some mountain out there, motherfuckers like, oh, he know what he talking about. His people 2 generations off that mountain. They still up there. Yeah, they up there with just their own little oral history. Man said his shit started in 1492. Needless to say, what I'm trying to say is that people have been studying for a long time, long before it got cool, right? Long before it got cool. So it's a lot of people out there that know more things. It's that simple. It ain't got nothing to do with age. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. Got everything to do with some people just been studying longer than others. And then you add life experience. You know what I mean? Studying is one thing. Having actual life experiences, having people to lean on, having other minds to be able to help you navigate through things. Bang, see that? As soon as I say that, boom. Peace, bro. Peace.
Cuz. What's going on?
Chilling. I was just chewing the fat, kicking it. Little man shit. Yeah, you know, the same sister had kind of tried to pick a fight with me like 2 weeks ago, bro. I forgot all about it. Then I had to check back into my I had to go back into my little files.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to get at me about the term black. And you know, the whole build that I was introducing was, how about we start defining black based on our cultural traditions? You know what I'm saying? What's the word in your language and what does it mean to your people? You know what I'm saying? And rather than her respond to me about what the word was and what it meant, you know what I mean, and the many forms and things of that nature, because I know when I look at black in our language, in the Lenape language, it's got multiple meanings, multiple uses, all types of things, you know what I mean? So when I asked that question, what does it mean? She come at me talking about it's confusing, you know, when she start defending the European definition. Like, I know what it means. I know what science it means death, but what does it mean to your people? She never presented that.
No. So she's been trying to like move in the space for a few years now. And I don't think she's an AKOMAKK. That's me personally. she had some engagement with the fauna page, pretty much, and it's like shame tactics. So she comes in trying to shame us because we didn't reach out to the AKOMAKKs. First and foremost, I don't know who the AKOMAKKs are. I'm a Narragansett from Mashapog. So the notion that me or my people would be obligated to find out and reach out to another nation is absurd. So right there, I knew something was off. But then she's also attacking First Bear, calling him a Cape Verde, this, that, the other. And that was like, that kind of set me off because I'm like, I've personally seen First Bear's lineage. I personally know First Bear's family, and I can confirm their story on how they got up here. So there's no question about who First Bear is. And the way I know First Bear is First Bear because, once again, his family lines. He can show you where they were at, what happened, the connection. When asked these same questions like you did about her particular connections or whatever, she sent a bunch of screenshots. I'm looking at the screenshots and I'm like, okay, but how does this actually connect you to any of the people you're talking about? And she never responded directly. It was like a talking around, then once again an attacking, you know, all of that. So ultimately, she threw her number in the chat or something like, you know, you can have First Bear call me. So I gave First Bear the number. He called her 3 times in a row. She never picked up. I think she texted him back like, who's this? And he's like, yeah, it's First Bear. You know, I heard you wanted to connect. Oh, I'm in a meeting, but I'll get back to you in a moment. And while she's texting him that, she's still messaging the fauna account. So he's messaging me like, yeah, she said she's in a meeting. And I'm like, well, that's crazy because she's messaging the fauna account right now. So ultimately, what is she's running? All right. She won't present who she is. The only knowledge she has is what she studied and learned from Europeans. So even today, you pointed out that she was making some comments on the thread from the video the other night. Then I go on there and like she's trying to disparage me, but she's trying to disparage me with information that Europeans put out there that we've debunked a while ago. So, and this is where I'm like, let them keep talking because it came apparent to me she doesn't understand the difference between a dialect and a language. So when I say that my people didn't have any traditional R in our language up here in our dialects, she assumes that because we didn't have an R, we weren't speaking a form of Algonquian. So now, you're saying in one hand that you guys didn't have any R, but the Rappahannocks have an R and we have an R.
So check it out. And what she's not putting together is that there's a whole story and reason behind all of that. She's not even like, it's almost like if she would just fall back and listen to what she's saying, there's an actual story. There's a reason behind that. But
and this is why I say, well, first, because she won't show who her bloodline connections are. I'm saying she's not an AKOMAKK. But this is why I say I know she's not a chief. Because if she was a chief or a leader of her people, she would be open to hearing more about her people's heritage and connections with other nations so she could pass it on. But then B, she would take that knowledge and dig deeper into it. She would want to know the story behind it. She would want to know the differences. She would say, hey, wait a minute. You know what? That does make sense because we were on the eastern shore across the water from the Powhatans. So, hey, maybe our things aren't exactly as I know them to be. Maybe I need to learn a little bit more. And this is the other question I asked. And this is what I'm going to ask to a lot of these Aboriginal folks. Who taught you what you know? See, it's not, it's a culture. So in the culture, you're supposed to learn from someone. Someone's supposed to instruct you and pass things on to you. Me being a traditional chief, I primarily learned from Black Eagle, from the Bokasset tribe. He kind of took me under his wing. He's the head of the Eastern Medicine Drum, but he took me under his wing. And not only did he show me the drumming, he instructed me in what the do's and don'ts are of being a traditional sachem in these territories. So did Three Bears, you know, so did the Sagamore. So I've been under the tutelage of traditional sachems who have instructed me and directed me in my own path and have approved me that no, this young man, because that's what I was at the time, this young man knows what he's doing. We're going to acknowledge him and give that respect of being a traditional sachem from this lands. So my question to all these people, because I had someone reach out on Ms. Cypress' behalf talking about, oh, how dare you disrespect a traditional clan mother? I'm like, she's not traditional and she's not a clan mother. No one taught her, no one appointed her, no one instructed her, no one approved her. She popped up calling herself that. And that's where she got that nonsense the other night talking about, oh, well, I'm older than the two of you. So what? There's elders and then there's olders. She's an older. There's a lot of older people that you shouldn't pay any attention to. And then there are older people that are elders that every word that comes out their mouth, you need to be hanging off of because you're going to learn something from it. So she very much has an American mindset. And she has an American mindset that seeks to disparage the male and put the female above, because the first thing out of her mouth is, well, I'm a traditional clan mother. I don't have to do none of that. I'm a sachem. I don't have to do none of that. I would do that because it's the proper thing to do if you were conducting yourself appropriately, but you're not. So because you're not conducting yourself appropriately, it really doesn't matter what title you have. It really doesn't matter what you did, or I don't respect you and I don't have to respect you and I'm not going to respect you. And if you're making stuff up, if you didn't learn it from someone, then how do you know you're doing it correctly? Who can you point to and say, well, this is the one who taught me how to do this? She can't do that with anyone. She seems to have popped up, made herself into chief, and is now watching all of us, picking the things that's, oh, clan mother, yeah, that's what I am. Oh, yeah, matriarch, yeah, I'm supposed to be in charge. Okay, that's what I am. That's what seems to be going on. Anything that seems to sound good to fit, that's what she wants to grab onto. And I don't respect it. We got some squaws up here, traditional woman sachems. We have them up here. We've got traditional clan mothers. We've got elders. That's why I can spot her from a mile away. I can spot her from a mile away because I don't know.
Yeah, I got back. I ain't get back to like 2 in the morning, so I ain't worried about you.
Who conduct themselves like her. I don't know now. She seems like another colonized American.
It was just late. I was like, you know what I mean? I was like, damn, you're right.
I'm not here for it.
My bad. Absolutely. So I want to point out that all her points of contention,
up now
are like
just chilling.
roommate out the two.
Yeah, down. So
turn black
to myself.
I felt like I was very clear on what I stated. Like I'll read it to you again.
Yeah,
I read it earlier, but I said according to science, black means death. This is what black
it's just
represents
Facebook
in
page.
Lenape culture.
So
right.
So I think you already got it.
Like, after I read what it means, power, living color, aggressive color, it meant strength. The wearer was a powerful warrior. You know what I mean? Proved himself in battle.
The European said.
Yep. So then I finish it off with a disclaimer. Now, I am not endorsing black as an identity. I gave it this whole separate line so it can't get lost in anything. You know what I mean? I am not endorsing black as an identity. It is an attribute that represents strength and life, right? So that's how I end the post. And this is the response I get, which lets me know he's just looking for some issues. The response is, this sounds like a confusing endorsement at a time when people need clarity.
Who needs
clarity?
People that need clarity? You and your followers, because you don't know who you are, so you have to keep proving to people that you're a real Indian every chance you get. I'm sorry, Turtle. She gets me going, man.
No. So she says, I'm gonna bring you up. No, don't go. I'm gonna bring you up in a moment. Just come right back. I'm gonna bring you up. I just want to finish this. Says, sounds like a confusing endorsement at a time when people need clarity. You say that Lenape respected black, it means nothing. My people love to appear as dark as possible as well. The fact is, your people could love green or black, but their identity was Lenape, never black. But I clearly said I'm not endorsing it as an identity. So she overlooks that because she wants to have an issue.
Yeah.
So so exactly. So I respond. Greetings, Big Pontiac. I respond. This is why you should have read the entire post. I clearly state I do not endorse black as an identity. Not sure how that is confusing unless you're looking for confusion. And the response was, I did read your comment. Listen, I apologize if it came off wrong. No, it was wrong.
You was wrong. See what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry if you took offense. No, you was offensive. Your words were offensive and disrespectful and ignorant.
Yeah. So that's how she engages with me on a post. That all I'm doing is encouraging people to look up what the phenomenon black means to you culturally. Because the European did not create the phenomenon of black.
Turtle.
You know what I'm saying?
Imagine traditional times. There's a meetup amongst all the nations. All the chiefs and warriors are coming there. And then her nation sends her acting the way that she does. We would have probably got together and went and attacked her people because of her disrespect. You know what I'm saying? This is who you sent? This is who you sent to speak to the rest of us? Okay. Like, these people are outrageous, man. Like, Americans.
Yeah. And you know, so that was the engagement we had a couple weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? Then she apologizes, ends it with, I respect you. Okay, so the very next interaction we have is you trying to pin the out of Africa on me. And then we know how that went. And then trying to spin it like we attacked you. This is what I mean about a shark attack. A shark attack only happens if a shark walks in your living room. If you jump in a goddamn body of water with some sharks and they eat you, that's not a shark attack. You were just dinner.
Out of your element.
You jumped in here trying to pin some out of Africa shit on me. And then when that shit ain't turn out how you wanted it to, now you want to act like somebody was attacking you and I ain't defend you from two hawks. What you talking about? If you a clan mother, why are you on here? You know the problem that they had with the clan mothers? They didn't want to talk to them. Not that they didn't respect them. It's because the clan mothers wasn't coming around them. The clan mothers were sending the chiefs to go talk. They wasn't on the front line running their damn mouths because that's not the tradition. And that's not me making it up.
But she don't know the tradition and the culture. So how could she move in accordance with it? And she's not humble enough to ask to learn or be directed towards someone who can teach her. So she's just gonna stay in this space, and then because she needs to control it, anything that's outside of her sphere of knowledge, she needs to attack. Yeah. So it's typical behavior that's going on this, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think she's actually an AKOMAKK. That's the type of behavior that I see from the HEMOC crowd. They know enough to be a leader to those who don't know, but then when they get around the people that do know and they start to get exposed, this is when they start to attack and disparage.
Yeah, and we moved on from the conversation, right? And then she jumps back in it, and then she opens things up again today.
But let's talk about attack, Turtle. What about all the horrible things she said about my wife for no reason?
For no reason.
For no reason. And she keeps saying, my wife's not an Indian. My wife's people are Purepecha. They were there before the Aztecs. At first, they were the Aztecs' most formidable opponents. Then when the Aztecs couldn't beat them, they started trading with them. I've been down to her lands. So, like, this is just outrageous to me because her whole normalization of what it is to be quote unquote indigenous is through phenotype. Mm-hmm. And then she's morphed it into her phenotype.
Beating up on this woman.
That's like some mischief night shit. You throwing eggs and running and shit.
Thank you. A perfect opportunity to show everyone how we're fake, where we're wrong at. And she's never ever seen someone.
Yeah, I don't want to just like me jumping on her. I want to
like all that. Like, bro, you better go on get your little blood pressure check. That was a whole lot in a little quick little.
Oh, that's
like motherfucker. That's like some mischief night shit. You throwing eggs and running and shit.
Thank you. A perfect opportunity to show everyone how we're fake, where we're wrong at, and you hop off.
It's colonization. Colonization is hard.
Go get some of that dirt, bro. Bring that magical dirt and show me some shit. But yeah, so I'm watching the Lakers though. Who your team to?
I don't really have a team. I kind of just watch the playoffs when they come around.
Okay.
Yeah. Back in the day when I was following it, we a little bit older. Karl Malone was my favorite player, so I used to be a Utah Jazz fan.
Okay. Malone ass nigga. Okay. Oh, you wasn't a straight up Boston fan being up there?
Nah, Providence, like it's a New England rivalry sort of thing. So like,
oh, okay.
Providence.
They could say Sand Hill ain't this, but the historians know Sand Hill or Raritan. See what I'm saying? Yeah. And the Raritan was located on Staten Island. Now, when we talk about how villages are set up, right? But we're not even talking about a village. We're talking about one of the main entrances to North America that Tito and them boys ain't have. You know what I'm saying? So I would hope that you're going to bring something a little better than that to the table. But I don't know. And in terms of, you know what I mean? That book wasn't on your coffee table growing up. That's fine.
Your own people. You don't even know the knowledge that your own people sharing. It's people that you should have went to and learned from. You sitting here talking down on information that they have already confirmed.
Already confirmed. That's right. So it's like, yeah, I don't necessarily want to be this is not what I wanted to totally get into.
Like in school, your teacher would be like,
even though
we not gonna let one
recently said some crazy shit about us, comparing us to fucking. So I got called a Moor recently, a dirty Moor. And then we got compared to the Moors. Fauna was compared to the Moors. Now I could sit here and play videos of Fauna, the delegates from Fauna, myself, Two Hawks, Chief Terriega, my chief, Nzúkeew Holloway, a bunch of us at the UN. I could play all the videos for y'all, but they'd be too boring. Incredibly boring. Just us sitting there listening to people talk. Right? But this is the thing about the UN. We was in the UN. I don't know. She gonna tell her own story. We're gonna let her tell her own story. So they just gotta come off the internet and get into real life. That's all. And nobody's saying you're not Indian. Just go be the real Indian you are. Get in line. You know what I'm saying? Find your structure. Find your place. And build with your nation. People just they don't want to be Indians. They want to be chiefs. They want to be chiefs. Now they talk about genealogy. They say the word. They say the word genealogy. But this is the thing. Like genealogy should not just lead you to who your ancestors were, but their contributions, the things they did. So that's another level of expressing the culture of your ancestors. Like my genealogy and knowing who my ancestors are and all this allows me to tap back into what my native ancestors was doing and to tap into what the legacy of my African ancestors. You know what I mean? Which all is intertwined anyway, but we have a legacy in terms of like even on the colonized side, put it that way. Like the colonizer calls us Negroes, all right? Colonizer, and this is like, that's another thing, like this shit, the things that were happening to certain families, they weren't happening to everybody. Every Negro family didn't, every family that's Negro or colored doesn't mean that they are Indian. You know what I'm saying? But there are certain families that these things specifically happen to, right? I know my family is one of them. Obviously not the only one, but we're definitely one of them. You know? Like we know our genealogy and we know how things go down. So there's a 1915, there's a book. 1915. So here we go. You can look this up if you like. It's called Who's Who of the Colored Race, a general biographical dictionary of men and women of African descent. Right, 1915. Who's Who? Dictionary of the Who's Who of the Colored Race. Right? Like the Wisconsin Historical Society. They put the book out. So let's see. What does the book talk about? So it's just a historical account of people of color who made major contributions. You know what I mean? So this is the 1915 version. This is the 1915 edition. So here in the 1915 edition, you have Sarah Breedlove, right, who married Moses McWilliams when 14 years of age and who was a widow at 26. Educated at Knoxville College, Tennessee, married John B. Robinson October 18, 1909. Began in office with her mother at Denver, Colorado, 1905. A year later, that office was closed and they traveled about 3 years by personally introducing the preparation for growing hair. Orders began to be received by mail, and an office was opened in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1908. She took charge of the business there while mother again traveled and sold the product. Now manager, the New York office of Madam C.J. Walker, MFG, Colorado, address 108 West 136th Street, or company, MFG company, address 108 West 136th Street, New York. So Sarah Breedlove is the daughter of Madam C.J. Walker. I believe what this reads, right? So next on the list under Sarah Breedlove is William Elijah Rock, editor, publisher, born at Pine Brook, New Jersey, January 22nd, 1861. Son of Peter and Emma Skank Rock. Emma Skank Rock is a Lenape woman from Scobeyville. She is recorded as a Lenape woman. See that? So they have this man in this book who is the son of a Lenape woman and a Lenape and African man. And he's in this book. You know that book, right? Okay. So it says Peter and Emma Skank Rock, grandfather came from Africa and settled in New Jersey in the 1700s. Public schools, Pine Brook, private instruction under Professor John Fort Porter, New York, 4 years, read law and office of T.W. Throckmorton, Red Bank, New Jersey, 8 years, married Annie O. Bowles. Now, that's an important name. Annie O. Bowles. Do y'all know who the Bowles are? You know what line they come out of? Look up Chief Bowles. Look up Chief Bowles. Cherokee Chief Bowles. Ended up out in Texas. I have a grandmother that comes from one of his lines. Okay, so married Annie O. Bowles of Red Bank, February 14th, 1894. They had 3 children. Leroy, who is my grandfather. Peace. Okay, so that's a great question. So if you're unsure about the language from your clan, what you can do, see, your clan isn't going to have a specific language, right? Your group is going to have their own specific particular dialect of the language, right? So you have to figure out, like, I can just give you examples for Lenape people, and then you have to imagine that this type of thing is going to be prevalent in all tribes, right? But we have 2 different groups of Lenape, Munsee and Algonquin. Munsee and Unami. They speak different dialects of the same language. And then all the tribes on the east speak different dialects of more or less the same language. So you can narrow it down. And if you don't know exactly which language, which dialect your particular group spoke, just start with the oldest. You know what I mean? Start with the oldest. Look at the region where your people come from. You can figure that out just by studying the history and tradition of your people. Like you can actually find that in books if you really want to look. You know what I mean? It's going to give you a basic understanding. But the best thing for you to do is to align yourself with someone who's a part of the culture, who can help walk you through things. Like, that's really the best thing you want to do. You can start reading up on things, get books, like that's all fine and dandy, right? But you got to be able to sit with somebody who could actually teach it to you as it is living and breathing, you know? So I would say, if you don't know your specific dialect, and a lot of them are lost, but start with the mother tongue of those tribes. So if you come from like the Algonquin speaking people all up and down the east, there's people from each tribe that still have the language. You know what I mean? It's not spoken amongst all the people, but there's people who still can speak the language. So you just have to, you know, this is why we tell people, if you like get active and you meet people and you actually meet people in real spaces, you're going to be able to get past so much, because people are going to take you under their wing, more or less. Somebody will present themselves, that'll be your teacher. and they'll help you, even if you're not thinking of it in terms of them being a teacher. They're going to help guide you through certain things. So, like, in terms of your clan having a specific language, I don't. That would be more based on the territory that you come from, because the dialects change based on the territory. And it's not that it's a result of the territory, it's a result of moving further from the source. So it's like the old game when you tell something to somebody's ear and they pass it around the room. By the time you get over there, it's slightly different. It's the same concept. That's why we say, if you go back to the oldest, right, like people, there's some debate, but for the most part, most Lenape agree that the oldest dialect of the Lenape tongue is Muncie, right? Some say Unami, some say Muncie. So if you learn those, you'll recognize a lot of the language that is spoken all up and down the East. You know, like when I hear certain tribes in Virginia speak, I'll hear them say Wanishi. You know, I'll hear these things. And that lets me know that we are speaking a similar tongue. All the words might not be similar, but they'll have enough in there that are similar to be like, oh, okay. And then from there, you can start to get a better understanding of what they're saying. Because now it's a comparative, like you can compare it to the language that you speak. But this is assuming that you're speaking, like that you're in a place where it's a bunch of speakers. Like, it's not common. It's not common to be around a place and you got a bunch of people speaking the language. Even at the symposium, remember one of the teachers, she said it took her 10 years to think in Lenape. Forget just speaking in it. It took her 10 years to learn how to think in Lenape. She said, and that's when it all really starts to come clear. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one blessing. I mean, that's one of the blessings that my family, yeah, we stayed, but because we stayed, we also went through a whole lot of shit. Went through a whole lot. And you know, it is what it is. It's let me see something. So no, it's not it. So hold on. So yeah, we stayed, and this is what we endured. I'll show you. We stayed, and because we stayed here, we went through a whole bunch of stuff.
Buffalo Cemetery is a historic cemetery with a rich history and a deep sentiment for descendants of our first Tinton families.
So
Buffalo Cemetery is a historic cemetery with a rich.
Just to set this up, this is a Borough Hall town meeting, and it's in regards to my family cemetery and what had been going on. So this is what has been going on for hundreds of years with my family.
Ruffin Cemetery is a historic cemetery with a rich history and a deep sentiment for descendants of our first Tinton families. That area was a First Nation burial ground and used as a local cemetery long before land was organized into block and lots, and even before the Pine Brook Cemetery was established in 1852.
You know what was so sad? I cried today. I read one of the papers that said in 1823, my ancestors, every one of them from Pine Brook, demanded to be freed. And one of my great-great-grandfathers, Peter Rock, got 1,800 acres of property. And in 2023, we're still fighting for 8 acres of land. So trust and believe me, Louis Chicolis has the Board of Cemeteries locked up. There's nothing they're gonna do with this consent. But guess what? As heirs, we have a right to consent too, and we don't consent to him being there. So as soon as we get in court, because he ignored my cease to desist, I sent him in July. We'll have an official one tomorrow, and the ball will just go from there. And I will let you guys know, but this guy is really the worst person I've ever met in my life.
The Ruffin Cemetery lot now occupies part of that land and became a family cemetery for the Ruffins, Reeves, Rocks, Berries, and a few others.
My name is Carrie Jones. I am a direct descendant of Cynthia Ruffin and John Brock in the cemetery.
In 2005, Mr. Chicolis came and attempted to take over the cemetery and operate as a commercial cemetery using whatever tricks he could.
He tried to introduce a doctrine of latches. That means that when you're black and you slumber your rights because you don't know the law, because you didn't do it in time, he wanted the judge to dismiss my case. The judge said, no, ma'am. He told me, Miss Jones, you're doing good for your family. Dot your I's and cross your T's. The only thing you can't do is speak for Gene, just like Gene can't speak for you. And when I sent him a cease and desist, he signed it COVID-19. This is the kind of person we're dealing with here. So enough of Mr. Louis Chicolis.
So, follow the case for the Ruffin Cemetery. Case number 342. First case Monday. That's a date, I guess, I don't know. But consent agreement order, February 8th, 2022. Second order, July 1st, 2022. Ruffin heirs not barred by the doctrine of latches. Y'all know what the doctrine of latches is. The doctrine of latches. Because what's going on with my family, right, and what we are engaging in right now is the fight that everybody out there who's claiming they lost land is going to have to fight. Word is bond. Yes, that's my cousin. So word is bond. Everybody out here is telling y'all they stole our land. Well, guess what? You're going to have to fight back for it. And yelling and screaming and crying is not going to get it done. 1 million people online agreeing is not going to get it done. What's going to get it done is people actually going up into these places with these paperwork, with these documents, and blacking out on them. Blacking out on them. Showing their power, their aggression, their strength, their warrior spirit. And look at my cousin in there. Blacking on them. What are we talking about? Now, let me show you how real this shit is and how I know everybody out there that ain't fucking with Turtle Gang is fake and hate themselves. Turtle Gang told you you had Indian ancestry 2005. Turtle Gang showed it to you 2012, 2013. Told you about it for years. Then Turtle Gang picked the camera up and showed it to you. 2014. Showed it to you. Right? Showed you what they did. Motherfuckers taking credit, cool, whatever. I put it down, documented. My documentary's been out since 2013, 2014. It's 100. Ain't none of these people fucking with Turtle Gang. Now, this is why I am so fucking like, this is why my spirit is the way it is, because I see what people really look like. I see their true colors. Everybody is trying to tell you that they stole your land and you got to get it back. So, Turtle Gang, who've been telling you this stuff for 15, 20 years, his family is in a fight with the state over our land. And we just getting started. And what are all these people that's telling you? What are all these people telling you about what's going down? You're going to have to get your fight to get your land back. Here it is, Turtle Gang is in the midst of a fight, and all these people are out here disparaging us, telling people we fake and we dirty Moors and this and that. I just read you some shit from 1915 where they talk about William Elijah Rock. Now here it is, 2023, we in court because the same people they was honoring in 1915, they have been stealing our land ever since then. Before then, they were stealing our land. They were stealing our land in the French and Indian War, and we got it back. And that's been our story. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere, and we've been fighting back and forth with these people on the front line, and then we got fake motherfuckers disparaging us. And we out here in the fight of our life. We in the fight that these very people are fucking bragging about having to get into. We're actually doing it. That's why you see me and my people at the UN. That's why you see my cousin over here blacking out, going into court, winning court cases, because the Creator has created a path for us. It's all happening right now, and everybody is online debating this and debating that and want me to jump in there and reduce myself to some debate shit when we up in here, up in court. We up in here trying to raise attention to what's going on. Now watch, when they start with this whole reparations and Jersey shit, because that's what they talking about, that's what all the politicians is talking about. When this shit comes up, how they gonna have to deal with my family? When they got us documented in historical books as being the who's who of colored folks in America. What's gonna happen when they realize that all the land that half of Monmouth County is built on is stolen from our people? And then once they realize that, they're like, damn, well, I wonder how much of everything is like this. You know, when you start setting precedences, motherfuckers don't know about that. Motherfuckers don't know how Jersey get down. So as we sit up under the city, next to the city, now I know how we get down. Yeah, all that Brown versus Board of Education. Yeah, it was a case that happened before that set the precedent for Brown versus Board of Education. And that shit happened in Fairhaven, New Jersey. That's Monmouth County. That's right next to Red Bank. That's the same. That's my. Yeah, let me see. I'm telling you, like these people trying to disparage my name, it's only because they haven't done the research. Black is beautiful. Told y'all. Black is beautiful, right? That's what we started with. How you define black? You define black as a living color, right? So we got this term, black is beautiful. Right? Black is beautiful. It's a cultural movement that was started in the United States in the 1960s by African Americans. It later spread beyond the United States, most prominently in the writings of the Black conscious movements of Stephen Biko in South Africa. So an American movement, Black is Beautiful, reached the consciousness of Africa. So let me see something here. Let me see something. Who coined this term? Who coined this? Who said that? Who said this? Black is Beautiful. It says Kwame Rothway photography popularized the political slogan, Black is beautiful, throughout the late 1950s and 1960s, and it still resonates. Wow. John Locke was thought to be the first person to coin the phrase Black is beautiful during a speech in 1858. What? Who? John Locke was thought to be the first person to coin the phrase Black is beautiful during a speech in 1858, but historical records indicate that he never actually used a specific phrase on that day. The movement also encouraged men and women to stop trying to eliminate African identity traits by attempting to lighten or bleach their skin. So the term Black is beautiful is connected to John Locke. They're saying he didn't use it that day, but that doesn't mean he didn't use the term, right? It was associated with a speech he made because he had used the term so many times. But if you look into the history books, you will find that John Locke is associated with the term Black is beautiful. So you got people, like I say, running their mouth, talking crazy about Turtle, right? Saying we fake and we not this, but we the ones up in the UN. We the ones fighting in court right now, you know what I'm saying? For the things that these people are claiming, are saying.
On with this, but Louis should.
That's the difference.
I have a motion to open the public
People
discussion.
are saying and claiming things, right? They took our land. They took our land, right? That's what you heard. Tell you how they took the land. Right? I told you how they took the land, when they took it, right? Ain't that what these people have been saying to you? Right? Come with these documents. So yeah.
Motion.
May I have a second?
So
Second.
this
All
is
in
what
favor?
we doing.
Aye.
This shit boring.
May I have a roll call?
It's boring. It's just not
Ms.
exciting.
Buckley? Yes. Dr. Dobrin?
Yes.
Filing
Mr.
paperwork,
Massey?
Yes.
Mr.
going
Mangione?
to court. My cousin, she not doing this shit because it's exciting.
This is the time where the public may comment on any topic of their choice. Please state your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes. At this time, I would like to ask the clerk for any public comments were submitted prior to this meeting by email.
This is the
There were
thing.
none.
This is the thing. We not in court fighting child, we not in court defending ourselves against child abuse. No, we're not doing that. We're not in court defending ourselves against fucking stealing someone else's image and placing it on our book and then selling a book, right? Discrimination. We're not guilty. We're not in court because we're fighting against our own people. Pardon me if I'm not taking any debates from any of you little lowlives. Pardon me. We got bigger fish to fry. It's a little boring, right? But the real meat and potatoes of the work is going to be just that. It's not going to be exciting. Talking about people, lying about people, making shit up, that's exciting. I enjoy it too. But I know the difference between the truth and reality. So yeah, when you come to Turtle Gang, when you come to this page, this is reality. This real shit. This is the real rap. All that other shit is fake. It's bullshit. It's personal, what they think. It's not this. So pardon me if this ain't the exciting shit. I can give you that too. I don't care about that. This is the stuff that matters. We out here fighting for our land that has been taken from us illegally, has been fucking, like, I don't even want to get into everything that's going on, but it's been going on for over 100 years.
Okay, let's get started with the public comments.
Good evening. My name is Michael Stanton. I live at 9 Bowles Lane in Tinton Falls. Council President, may I approach and hand the Borough Clerk some pictures to be distributed to the council?
I keep having this, like I just mentioned to y'all, this man said he lives at 9 Bowles Lane. Happy Sunday. Glad to have you. Glad for you to join us. So this man said he lives at 9 Bowles Lane. Bowles Lane, named after who? Another one of the families. My grandmother is Annie O. Bowles. She comes from the line of Chief Bowles. Like, you cannot disparage the truth. The truth shines on all 4 corners of the universe. Even at night, you can see the light. It reflects off the moon. When you can't see the sun see you. You cannot diminish this light. All you can do is diminish your light. Shut your blinds. We're gonna shine regardless. Like the sun don't need you to agree with it. Nature don't need you to co-sign it. The truth is the truth. We'll go in here and win our cases whether the people support us or not, because we're not doing it based on popularity. We're doing it based on actual fact. But when the people are with you, it makes it so much stronger. But that's been our problem as people of color in America. We divided. We support the wrong people. Y'all support the charlatans, the Rev Als that take you nowhere, make you better slaves than the ones fighting for your true freedom. You end up getting tricked to go against them. And it happens over and over and over and over and over again. And they tell you, you don't know your past, you're doomed to repeat it. So once again, this is what's going on in our lives, right? We in court, fighting, getting shit done. Motherfuckers online debating, getting nothing done.
Kevin, is that permissible?
Sure. Yeah, do that. Thank you.
As I said, my name is Michael Stanton. I live at 9 Bowles Lane, Tinton Falls. My wife and I have lived here for over 30 years and raised our 6 daughters here. Ruffin Cemetery is a historic cemetery with a rich history and a deep sentiment for descendants of our first Tinton Falls families. That area was a First Nation burial ground and used as a local cemetery long before land was organized into block and lots, and even before the Pine Brook Cemetery was established in 1852. The Ruffin Cemetery lot now occupies part of that land and became a family cemetery for the Ruffins, Reeves, Rocks, Berries, and a few others. 18 years ago, in 2005, Mr. Chickalese came and attempted to take over the cemetery and operate as a commercial cemetery using whatever tricks he could. I believe his plans even included building a crematorium on site. It was opposed by the Ruffin family and others, and the New Jersey Cemetery Board started investigating. However, at the end of 2005, it suddenly dropped all mention of the Ruffin Cemetery, and we thought the matter was resolved and the cemetery was going to continue to just be a family cemetery. For over a decade, everything was quiet, and then 5 years ago, he started burying bodies and interring remains. As several groups have organized cleanups of the Pine Brook and Ruffin cemeteries over the years, I assumed the activity I heard back there last year was just that. I was mistaken, and the activity actually has been and continues to be the clearing of trees to prepare for burying thousands, many coming from New York City. As you can see, the community is concerned and some are outraged that this could happen. There are zoning, environmental, health, historic, and legal concerns, but frankly, what of human decency and respect? He bullied his way in and is pushing everything aside to make a quick buck. I asked the council to thoroughly investigate the travesties here and find a solution that protects the safety, welfare, and character of this community, and restores dignity to the Ruffin, Reeve, Rock, and Berry families members buried in the Ruffin Cemetery. Thank you.
My name is Ken Scarano. I live on number 1 Macameni Lane. I can't even say it half the time. That's kind of weird spelling. My property, I might be lot 11. My property is on the edge of that cemetery. When I first bought that house, there was a few graves back there, like a pauper's field. Since I've been there less than a year, hundreds of bodies have been buried back there. I watch a backhoe dig a hole, wrap a chain around a pine box, and just dump them in the ground. The odd thing is, I never see a minister or a priest or a rabbi pray over those bodies. They're just dumped in the ground. Now, I took the time to look up the law regarding cemeteries. And believe it or not, the state of New Jersey has a law. It's Title 45, Chapter 27-17. And that law, let me put my glasses on. I want to read this whole thing. I might paraphrase some of it.
So just what's currently going on is my family's burial grounds, right, which date back to the historic Lenape burial grounds, right? It's all the same property because it's all the same families, right? When they say the Rocks, the Reeves, the Ruffins, the Berries, we're all the same families. We're all intermarried. These are cousins, brothers, sisters. These are all related people. That's why we're all buried in there. Not because we let some Africans be buried. There's a section that we set aside for Africa, for like Civil War veterans. But my grandfather was a Civil War veteran. He's there too. See what I'm saying? That's why we set shit aside for them, which also makes it an historical burial ground. So you have Lenape, you have some of the first settlers in Monmouth County, you have Civil War veterans, all these people buried in this cemetery, and this mafia dude is tearing things up. Yeah, he connected to the mafia, tearing our stuff up. And we're in there fighting over this right now. And Dane Calloway is telling y'all I'm a dirty Moor, telling y'all I'm fake. Some weird nigga named Real Rap is repeating the shit. And who knows who else is out there repeating this shit. And this is what we're going through. Now, who's counterintelligence? Who is an agent working for the government to deflect y'all from what's really going on up under your noses? The very same cemetery burial ground that I made my initial documentary, When is an Indian Not an Indian, When He is a Negro, the very same burial ground that documentary is centered around is the very same burial ground they're trying to dig up, that they're trying to turn into a public cemetery, that they've removed bodies from, all illegally. That's not even conspiracy, it's actual fact. I got footage and everything. I got everything. I can play everything for you right now, but we're in court. So I can only give you stuff that's already aired, that's already been public. But yeah, that's what we're doing now. And you got other people talking shit about us, saying we this and we that. And that's just on a family level. That's what we doing on a family level. What we doing in terms of with fauna, what's going on with fauna, that's on a whole nother level of the things that we're trying to do that are going to open up doors, not just for us, but for anybody that can navigate like that. See, there you go. This is common. This burial ground thing is common, and what people don't know is that it's a hustle. Because if you have historic burial grounds, each state has a cemetery commission. And within that cemetery commission, see, y'all be dropping the ball. Well, not y'all, everybody. I'm gonna put you up on game. Put you up on fucking game. Why you see all these white people attached to shit. So historic cemeteries are eligible for a fund. Up to $10 million a year. You can use a historical cemetery and create a cultural thing out of it, right? You'll get funded like a historical society. You can create a historical society out of a historical cemetery, right? And then within that, you can tell the stories of all the people there. So when you ever randomly turn on a little type in a subject, and then you see some white woman sitting in a room with like 20 other white people, and they're telling, and this is the history of Tecumseh. And they're telling about Tecumseh. They're doing this all under the, it'll be some type of foundation, some type of house, some type of thing. That is where they get the money. Those people tie into historical places and have created businesses where they can get grants from the state so they can go out and educate people on these historical places, right? Those people are doing nothing but running around and telling different family stories. Those very families could be telling those stories. Those very families could be controlling their own burial grounds and getting that money. It's a hustle. And this one individual that's doing it to us has cemeteries all over the United States. It's a big hustle. We have ancestors, people of color, Native Americans, and people of color have cemeteries and burial grounds that are older than the United States. That makes them historical. I get angry because my shit real. That's what y'all not getting. When a nigga is attacking you and you got nothing to defend, it don't mean nothing. This is what I'm saying. I get angry because of what's going on with my family right now. And these people who say they're here to uplift indigenous people and want to help tell stories of indigenous people, why are they trying to suppress my family story? Why are people with platforms where they can reach 80,000 people suppressing my family's story? And we're the fucking story that they claim to be telling. So yeah, I'm mad. Because my cousin who be in court could use help. She could use more than just me there with her and the immediate family people and the immediate tribal people that come to help. She could use a bunch of people calling in. She could use all the things that these people who say they leaders, who have no call to action, you know what I'm saying? That's the problem. These people got followers and have no call to action, have nothing. Do you know who calls us? Do you know who wants to come in and help us? Black Lives Matter. Oh yeah, they ready to come in and turn this into a whole Negro thing. So now it becomes more of the Negro African thing, and the Indian thing gets suppressed. That's what they all want to do. That's what they've been doing to us forever. Because we have African ancestry, they want to just one drop us. But you can't, because my ancestors is buried, my Indian ancestors is buried right next to my mixed Indian and Black ancestors. You can't do that. We're not going to let you, because we one people. We don't define ourselves by how the United States got y'all to define what a family is. Nigga, I don't need to know what my fucking haplogroup is to know who my grandmother is. What the fuck are we talking about? You niggas talking about haplogroups. I'm talking about my grandmother, not my grandmother that told me I was Indian. I'm talking about Cassie Althea Rock, daughter of Catherine Rock. daughter of John Richardson, granddaughter of Charles Richardson. I'm talking about her exactly. From Pine Brook, Reevy Town. A Lenape, Cherokee, and African village. Historically. The homestead of Peter Rock. The father of William, who's mentioned in his goddamn book. So that's why I'm mad. Because niggas that don't got nothing can just say what the fuck they want and coin tell a motherfucker, yo, it's some real agent shit out here. So yeah, we mad as a motherfucker because we've been dealing with this shit for generations. This is the type of shit that this is the type of shit that got families split up, families not talking to each other. This is the type of shit that has destroyed the fabric of our cultures and our families, because that's our culture, our family, how we've interacted with each other. And colonization has destroyed that. So that's why we mad. We mad because we don't want a better seat on a sinking ship. We want off this motherfucking ship, and we want y'all to fucking recognize that you docked on our goddamn land. And we ain't have a problem with you fucking pulling up and docking on our land. But now this shit done went crazy. And unless the people understand this shit, all y'all gonna be fighting for is a better seat on a sinking ship. I heard them talking about for reparations. Do you want money or land? The United States can't give you land because all the land is in trust. The land belongs to the Indians. So how the fuck can the United States give anybody land? You got the right to purchase, the right to use it. But in all reality, all this land is in trust. The United States don't own it. Only thing they can do is give you money, which ties you deeper and deeper into who and what they are. So you strengthen your enemy. It's like if capitalism is our enemy and we're fighting to get rich, what are we doing? Right? I'm grinding, getting this money. Okay. So you're just tying yourself more and more into this shit. Yeah. You can't buy your way out of this. You can only buy your way deeper in. Yeah. Dope. This is 100%. You can get rich, create a company, and employ 1 million motherfuckers. That just means now you're more in alignment with this corporate thing. And now you got all these people relying on you. So now you gotta stay in it. Because now you feeding motherfuckers. And that's how they got you. Now you just as much a part of the problem as the motherfucker was complaining about. That's what happened in the civil rights movement. Motherfuckers went down there complaining and came back with jobs. They was complaining about other shit. These niggas came back with jobs. Bought motherfuckers off. All right, we'll let you in. But yeah, that's why we angry, young. And we only angry at the stupidity. This is real.
But before a single body is buried back there, and one thing that should be considered is that a public cemetery or a private cemetery? I've heard from some people it's a private cemetery. Well, guess what? You can't sell a plot in a private cemetery. Well, then if it's a public cemetery, it has to have a survey map, which it can't have because someone whose body is buried on my property. A survey map with a use described for the purposes, and there's supposed to be a filing of this map that includes which plots are where, and also includes roadways to get in between the paths for these things. There's no path between any of those. And this map is supposed to be available for inspection. Now, this is the old story. If you give somebody an inch, they take a yard. That thing is expanding all the time. And guess what? You can't expand a cemetery without your approval. And you have to have a resolution approving the expansion of that cemetery. So, I mean, I don't know what law they're not violating over there, but you're the ones who are in charge. And I don't care who, because I happened to be over there when hearing something about a court order. You can't give a court order for something that violates the law. So that's all bogus. And, you know, I don't know if I mentioned enough, but I am a combat veteran. And I served with people I retired in 2012. And I led a special forces operation in Iraq when I was over 50. And watched a lot of young men do what they were asked to do at the risk of their lives. And I'm thinking there's some people who are not taking much of a risk, but just need to enforce the law to protect the community around them. You know, I've got a million things in here about the different laws and stuff like that, but I'll just leave it at that. There's supposed to be a survey map of that land and where those plots are. And they're not supposed to be, first off, if there was one, they're not supposed to extend it without your approval. So it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. Gary Herview, 10 Blueberry Lane, 30-year resident in the Sterling Forest development. I'm just here to echo a lot of my neighbors and fellow residents, mainly about our concerns that we have. We don't have a lot of answers. Some facts, maybe some facts still need to be determined, but we have a lot of questions and concerns. This is our neighborhood. We've been good residents. We're behind the Stavola asphalt plant. We deal with the noise. We deal with Route 18. We've had that cemetery there. I believe it's a lot of local families and Civil War and some Native Americans back there. And it's been very dormant for 30 years. Now, all of a sudden, we have trees coming down on a daily basis. We have bodies from New York City being buried, God knows where they're coming from, in our beautiful neighborhood behind where we live. And I think it's important for the township, the council, to let us know as residents as to whether or not you share those concerns, and if you're willing to put maybe the attorney that you have to work to maybe fight on our behalf. If it is a state matter, the attorney general, or it's the cemetery commission, whatever the case may be. Don't know. I don't pretend to know who has jurisdiction. All I know is every day you hear the chainsaws, there's digging, there's burying, there's trees coming. So we want to get your attention. And if I could just have a raise of hands, who's here for this issue? Thank you. I implore you to take action.
My name is Carrie Jones and my address is 73 Cedar Avenue, apartment 1, Long Branch. I am a direct descendant of Cynthia Ruffin and John Brock in the cemetery. We have gone to court with Mr. Louis Chicalise. My cousin Jean Ruffin was going to court with him first. And it was all about getting Louis off the property. If you look at the Board of Cemeteries records from May of 2005, it was questioned to the Board of Cemetery, who has jurisdiction over the cemetery? And there was no answer. I have proof in here that Louis Chicalise went and started putting letterheads on the Ruffin Cemetery in 2004. When you look through the Board of Cemeteries, I printed out every month from 2002 to 2022, and there was never any clear, Louis Chicalise, you have permission to do this. I have paperwork from my aunts where they had attorneys, and even in 2008, they were telling Louis Chicalise they wanted no parts of him. They did not want him on our cemetery. They wanted nothing to do with him. In July of 2005, my cousin Jean Ruffin got a cease to desist and just finished going to court with Louis Chicalise in 2022 of February. When I realized that Jean Ruffin was going to make a consent agreement giving this man property, rights to be on our property, not as owner, but as operator. I've been out at the cemetery. I have called Tinton Falls Police, and they've come out there, and his workers were told to leave and to leave me in peace because they come harassing me while I'm out there visiting the grave. At the time, I also had a order to show cause against Louis Chicalise that was, the judgment was done July 1st of 2022. The judgment said, we as Ruffin heirs, which I have several family members here, they said we could not stop Gene from making a consent agreement with him, which when Gene was making the agreement, it was for the Ruffins to have 50 graves and this and that, and Louis to do X, Y, and Z. By the time Mr. Chicalise wrote that paper up and Gene signed it, he took blanket, never says anything about ownership. If you look at the taxation papers for 2022, it is still owned by the Ruffin heirs. The only reason why Louis Chicalise had to make a consent agreement with Gene is because Gene is an owner. Three things happened also in that judgment. The judge said, as well as Gene couldn't speak for us, we could not stop Gene from making this agreement, but we, the rest of the Ruffin heirs, have rights, and we are going back into court to do an order to show cause for him to give us a consent agreement. We don't want Mr. Chicalise on our property. We never have. Our property has been in Eatontown, New Jersey since 1774. This is what Mr. Chicalise's attorney said when he wrote this letter to the Board of Cemeteries, where I filed 2 complaints. And the reason why they bumped it down is because now, since my cousin Gene Ruffin made a consent agreement with him, he's basically given him permission to be out there. I'm with you, neighbors. I don't want him out there. I met with this gentleman out there the day with the dog. That was the day I had to call the police on Louis Chicalise. But Louis Chicalise tells the Board of Cemeteries that not until a few local residents reached out to him seeking guidance and assistance to revise the decline of the cemetery, which clearly isn't true because these people are sitting here in this courtroom. I came here tonight without going to Freehold today to do a consent to for him to show cause and do another cease and desist, which I sent to him back in July. I lost my daughter in May of last year. My sisters, my brother, my grandparents, great-grandparents are buried at that cemetery. And I had to bury my daughter on another cemetery because of the mess going on with Louis Chicalise. We have sat down time and time again to try to make agreements with him. He wants to put a crematorium out there. He wants to open all these roadways. And then he writes on paperwork that we didn't know what property it is. We actually know it's a whole 22 acres of property that we own back there. And it's never been touched because we never tried to run it as a full-fledged cemetery. Is it historic? Yes, we know all about that. We want to preserve it and make it historic. And we want graves for the rest of our family, not just us, the Rocks, the Reeves, the Bowles, everyone that came from out there. So trust and believe. I'm going to leave my number with everybody. I will keep you abreast of what's going on with this. But Louis Chicalise is horrible. He even had the nerve to meet with me several times and then write in this letter to the Board of Cemeteries, which I will give you, that I was trying to extort him, when the judge clearly said I had a right to take him back in court. And the last filthy thing he did was he tried to introduce a doctrine of laches. That means that when you're black and you slumber your rights because you don't know the law, because you didn't do it in time, he wanted the judge to dismiss my case. The judge said, no, ma'am. He told me, Miss Jones, you're doing good for your family. Dot your I's and cross your T's. The only thing you can't do is speak for Gene, just like Gene can't speak for you. And when I sent him a cease and desist, he signed it COVID-19. This is the kind of person we're dealing with here. But trust and believe me, tomorrow I will be in Freehold, and I didn't let the Board of Cemeteries know that this meeting was going on, but anybody in here, Ellen Green is her name, and I'm going to give you her email, and you tell her, because he has them thinking that you guys are down with this, and you want this going on. And he's screaming, all Kerry wants is the money. That is my family inheritance. I would not want nothing more in my family but to put our people in mausoleums and make that a historic place back there for all to come and know where the Indians came from and the blueberries and the strawberries that were grown in Monmouth County. Okay? So enough of Mr. Louis Chicalise.
Good evening. My name is Michael DeMarco. I live at 13 Blueberry Lane. A lot of what I would have said tonight has already been stated. In just conclusion, we are asking the council to immediately restrict any further development on this land until which time a proper hearing and the effects of this expansion can be reviewed with respect to both zoning and the environmental impact to our communities. I ask the members of this council to remember that while your tenure in these positions you hold are limited, the decisions you make and the legacy you leave will have an everlasting impact on the residents of this community. It is the role of those in the community to protect it, to be good stewards of the environment, and as our elected leaders, we request you do no less in this matter. Thank you very much.
This came to my attention a couple of days ago, and I can tell you that there have been meetings, and I think it's a good time to let you know what we've discussed. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to our town administrator, and I'll let you know what we've discussed and what we can do.
Council President, if I may, I'm Kevin Starkey. I'm the borough attorney, and Council President said he came to my attention just a few days ago, and I've been looking into it since, along with the administrator. One gentleman got up and asked a question: does the council share the concerns of the residents here? And I can tell you the answer is absolutely yes. The council president came to me and said, Kevin, please look into this, find out what we can do, what the borough can do, how we can help the residents, and how we hopefully can work together to address this. I've done some looking into this. I need to give you some background, I think, so everybody's operating on the same page. I know Ms. Oliveri got up and gave a short history of the Ruffin Cemetery, and it was for decades, maybe even more than decades, a family cemetery owned, operated by the Ruffins for their family members, for veterans, for Native Americans, for a lot of good people. In 1976, Ms. Marion Ruffin filed what's called a certificate of authority with the state of New Jersey. The reason I spoke with the Deputy Attorney General who handles this morning, she said probably the reason she did it was to try to get things in order. That's what you're supposed to do, to try to operate under the state law. And she did that. By doing that, converted the cemetery that was there from a private family cemetery into what's called a public cemetery, which brings it under the jurisdiction of the New Jersey Cemetery Board. They've had the right, the cemetery board has, and they have since 1976.
See, now he's spinning. That is done so they could have made it a historical cemetery. That's what that process was to initiate. And once that process was initiated, that's when they wanted to take the land over. From that point on. He's telling you they know what's going on, but he's spinning it. Because he knows all of this, but he's going to go on to talk about documents that he doesn't have. But he's sure they're there. Everything he's saying, these documents, he's going to say, I don't have them, but I'm sure they're there. Because he was caught off guard. He didn't know Kerry was showing up.
Exercise authority over that cemetery to review what happens there, to go out and do investigations, to look at it. Someone said that an investigator has been looking into this from 2005 and then a couple of years ago. That's the investigator for the New Jersey Cemetery Board. They have been out. The Deputy Attorney General told me that they've been looking at this, I think, for probably about 15 years now, in various aspects of it.
Not to necessarily put it in their
jurisdiction.
Cemetery
Board is the board that has the authority over public cemeteries in the state of New Jersey. Someone said we didn't get noticed from the town of anything happening out there. That's because for a large extent, we're in the same boat as you. We don't get.
It has to come into their jurisdiction so they can fund it. But it's only for it to be a historic cemetery. See, the cemetery is, if somebody would have abandoned it, they could take it and then do what they did with it, right? But that process was engaged to create the historic aspect of it. So now that cemetery could be funded by the state, which takes it out of the local jurisdiction because of its funding, which is the millions of dollars a year, which allows you now to create a business around this historical location. See what I'm saying? Historical society. Now you can be out telling stories of what went on in Monmouth County. You can be the one like that because it's these people's stories. So it now puts you in the Trump position. If all these people buried in these cemeteries out here are historical because they were here before the United States, they tell the story. And that's where all the content, especially now we're dealing with content, that's where all the content is. Telling these stories about these old families. They can do it on an educational level. They can just get grant money from the state for the shit. They've been doing it forever. Universities, everybody. Bro said right here, the grant money went to Wesleyan University to tell the story of my ancestors. See that? It's common. It's common. We get played out of even our own history. See, this is why, like, niggas, you like, it is what it is. Some families is still tied into their history. So when they talk about we forgot and they took it, no, we didn't forget. Some of us just had to hide. Just had to hide it. Had to hide in plain sight. And then it kind of just went from, you know, being a part of your family's thing to just fading away because civil rights movement is happening. People are getting jobs. Communities are starting to be more, you know, like integration comes. So now you can start branching out. You know, this is what really, like, this is why everybody in my family left Pinebrook, Reevytown, because as the other cities outside of you started to grow, it was more opportunity. So you're going to have people leaving their cultural, the places they've been in for possibly 1,000 years, at least hundreds of years, you know, and they're going to now start going into these new colonial American cities being built that are like going to be, you know, y'all would be considered like we was considered in the country. You know what I mean? Reevytown and all that was out in the country. So that's why, like, we call Tinton Falls, like, Tinton Falls is like, niggas call it the country. Red Bank is more like the city. Because that was the historical relationship between the two areas. But the people from Reevytown are the people who first populated Red Bank. Aside from the white people who were living there. Because remember, these are European establishments. So after they started to grow, the people of color who were living in their traditional villages, like my family went from living in Squonkam Village to living to Red Bank, moving to Red Bank. And now they're on the west side of Red Bank, which is the black side. And on the east side is the white side. Which is why Dr. Parker, who was, his father was the first black dentist in Jersey, some shit like that. Dr. Parker was the doctor for all the people coming from Reevytown and Pinebrook, because back then you couldn't go to the hospital. If you went to the hospital, you had to have your own doctor. White doctors didn't serve black people of color. So Peter Rock brought the genealogy records of all the people in Pinebrook. Peter Rock brought it to Dr. Parker's father Dr. Parker was James Parker. Maybe his father was William. I don't know, but we got the historical records. Peter Rock, one of my grandfathers, bought the town records of all the families, brought them to Dr. Parker. These are all the people that are going to be your patients. So now we have all those records, right? Dr. Parker, Dr. James Parker, he was all of our doctors in Red Bank. Every person of color, every black person went to Dr. Parker. Even up until I was like going into high school. My Pop Warner physical, Dr. Parker did it. All my shots, everything, all my life, Dr. Parker. Black doctor on the main strip. Everybody went to him. Right down the street from the barbershop. But he was able to, his business was based on the fact of the laws of the time and that a bunch of people were leaving from out of their villages and coming into mainstream society, mainstream culture. So the places that I'm showing you, the lands that they were attacking and still are now, are lands that they took to develop highways and things like that. So we got like highways running through what was our ancient village, and Reevy Town, which was the pure Indian part of it, right? The Reeves and the Richardsons lived in Reevy Town, which was just a small part of Pine Brook. It's all the same community, right? But the Reeves and the Richardsons, who were the more of the Indian stock, they all kind of lived in one little section. That would be Reevy Town, right? My grandmother, Reevy, I got a Richardson grandmother, but I'm also Rock, who had the Rocks owned all, like not owned it, but Pine Brook. The Rocks sold parts of their land to the Reeves and the Rich, but we're all family. So this burial ground that we're talking about is in Pine Brook. What was Reevy Town is now Monmouth County Dump. So what was the heart of the Indian town in Pine Brook is now a dump. And it's been like that for 20, 30 years now, 40 years, I don't know, long time. But that's what they did to Reevy Town. So now, right after that, you see, right after that, let me see something. So right after Carrie left, she said I could show this now. So I haven't shown this. So right after Carrie left there, she went to another location. So
Here to disturb.
So yeah, I'm gonna share this. So after she left there, she went to this location. Now, to give you the backstory on this, this is a memorial for Mingo Jack Johnson. Mingo Jack Johnson was the last man of color, last Negro, last whatever they called him, to be hung in New Jersey. And he was hung on this very land, this very plot of land. That's why they're there, to memorialize him. Mingo Jack was famous because he was a jockey at Monmouth Racetrack, which was literally across the street. And he won what was the equivalent of like the Kentucky Derby at the time. So he was like the most famous jockey, you know what I'm saying, at the time. And he was a slave of the Laird family. You know, like the Laird, the alcohol. He was enslaved to the Laird family. and he was this famous jockey. Well, he was murdered, he was killed, some girl got raped, they accused him of it. Mob came, strung him up, hung him on this property. So this is Carrie just leaving from the other, what we just watched. And now she's going to this spot, which is in Eatontown, which is literally a 15-minute walk from where the burial ground is. It's really the same area. And at one time, all this was owned by Peter Rock.
I just say something since we're here. I did not come here to disturb this, but everything he said brought me to a place that I had to say something. This lady here knows me very well because my family right now is out in Pine Brook, New Jersey. I just met one of my relatives here fighting for my cemetery against injustice of a man who owned the boardwalk in Long Branch, who is worth $500 million, and the disgraceful things he has done to our cemetery out in Pine Brook. Since COVID, he has buried over 1,000 bodies. I am also a Richardson Reeve, the Lenapes in this town since 1804. Yes. This property you stand on right now was taken from my family through no right. This is the deed to everything on West Street, which my family owns. This is a will that my Aunt Marion left us. If you go to taxation and property, we also own Stabola out there. He took that from my grandmother, Cynthia Ruffin, who owned this property in 1834 for $1. You can look up any one of these. Look where it says sale price. It either says $0 or $1. My Aunt Marion Ruffin, the last woman who lived on this property right here, they killed her son Louis and dragged him up to the post back here in the back of her house with a shotgun and said he killed himself with a double-barrel shotgun. He had a 45 slug in his neck. Okay? So I stood back there trying to be peaceful and quiet. I was supposed to be in court with this man, Louis Chicalise, March 2nd, but the judge postponed it. This man owns every Black historic cemetery, even the man who voted under the First Amendment, the 15th Amendment. He is buried in one of these cemeteries, and this man goes all over New Jersey, taking every Black historical cemetery, and he gets all the money that the Historical Preservation Society does, and this is what he's done. There is nobody, down to my brothers and sisters. This is my great-grandmother, Carrie Ruffin, who grew up right here. This is my daughter, Tanisha Barrow, who I lost May 23rd of this year, and I had to bury my Nene out in White Ridge because of what I'm going through for this man. So if you want to stand up for social injustice, Eatontown, I am coming for you. To hear this woman say she picked up soil off of our property, this man right here, my great-grandmother was Florence Wall. Her mother was Rebecca Reeve. Rebecca's parents were Lydia Richardson and Richard Reeve, and y'all know what they did to our Reeve property. They turned it into Monmouth County dump. 900 acres of strawberries and blueberries. Wait a minute. The residents of Tinton Falls right now are suing them for $233 million for wrongful intimate domain. When they win, we win too. But they paid us over the $10,000 we wanted per acre. They gave us $22,000 an acre, and they sent it off with the rest of the Indians that spread all over from New York to Nebraska to Ohio. When you read about the Native American Indians from this place, you look up this article right here, and it will tell you that despite all of the Lenape Indians that left, the ones that stayed was my Rock family because they had family here. My great-grandfather, Peter Rock, has a living treaty from Ulysses S. Grant that none of this property could ever be taken from our family. So we're going to right this wrong too. But I doubt if there are going to be gardens and everything else done on this property because this is also an injustice. So once my family's done with Tinton Falls, we are coming for Pine Brook. And if you stand for everything that was said here today, I will be coming to see you, sir, very soon, because you are the mayor. Yeah, I'm sure you will be. So that's why I came to speak to you. because I just want you to put eyes on this. No, 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 no. I'm not. Listen to me. Angry? No, sir. Compassionate. My brother went to Princeton University with 13 scholarships from Law Branch University. I am not angry. I am very compassionate. I'm just making you aware of what's going on. So please don't take it personal. Thank you. So this is what I came to give to you, just as the Society for Injustice, because as per the cemetery, once the Channel 12 news have already been out there. Anderson Cooper's coming out there. Black Lives Matter that secured, George Floyd's family, they are coming out here. I don't want all of that headlines. I want this right. I want this man off of the property. Tinton Falls, their borough attorney is even writing letters for my family now because they know what they did was wrong, and I expect nothing less from Eatontown because this is not right. Half of Monmouth Park, where they're about to put your Netflix at, my 7th great-grandfather Peter Rock owned. And that is also an injustice. And I stand here by myself as Cynthia Ruffin's granddaughter to make sure that this is going to be right. Because my daughter will be removed from Wright Ridge and put out on our family cemetery where she belongs.
Yeah, so I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, we all related. If you from out here and you got Indian in your blood, then we all related somewhere. It's a matter of figuring it out, which lines and all that shit. It's not as hard as people think, but you gotta know some things. You gotta know some exact things. It's really about community. See, all this is about a community. This is a community that's been documented. You can find it historically. See, we know who we are because we know what community we come from. Not just that because our grandparents told us or we got documents. We know the community, so we know the history of the community, which is like easier to document the history of a community than it is individuals. But then when you add the individual documentation with the community documentation, you start looking at the land, like the deeds and all that can be verified through tax things and all that shit. Like these people know exactly who we are. They know what the situation is. They just haven't expected anyone to push back. Our elders, well, actually, it's like they did it in between. They did it to a generation that kind of turned their back. And it only take one generation to kind of turn away from it, to drop the ball. And then they start doing all this stuff. And then, the next generation pop up like, hold that, what y'all doing? And now y'all got to fight something that's been going on for 30, 40 years. That's a part of the, a part of the fabric of the economy of the community and all this stuff now. You know what I'm saying? So it puts you in a precarious situation. But this is, if we angry about anything, this is the shit we angry about. And to be having to debate with somebody or prove something to somebody that you're gonna pull up to court and you got something like you're gonna put in on these lawyers, you're gonna what you gonna add? Because I could put you on to something that don't like we're not gonna stop. So at some point, this is gonna be some historical shit because we not gonna stop because we in the right. We don't gotta make nothing up. So we're gonna push the truth. Now, yeah, and see the truth ain't exciting. None of this is exciting. Conspiracies, when you can walk them through it, It ain't no conspiracy. It's just facts. Yeah, like there it is. I see it. So now this right here, this right down the street. This I am too.
YouTube channel. We're here in Tinton Falls, and today I wanted to show you some property here. Mingo Terrace and Nelson Drive. This is the neighborhood that just completely disappeared. According to historicareals.com, there was about 15 houses on these roads in the 50s and 60s. And by 1970, they all completely disappeared. I'm not sure the backstory here, but it might have something to do with the garbage dump nearby. So this is evidence of one of the homes. This is the foundation and basement of where our home used to be. And the roads are still on the maps, but the roads don't really exist anymore. You can see here where.
So now this thing. I invite any abo, any motherfucker, any nigga who think he can really rap, any of you trash niggas to come debunk this. Pull the fuck up at court when we're up in there and come get this information so you can debunk us. Matter of fact, you can come to court and root for the white man against us. Just come to court. Come debunk us in court. And then on top of that, I'll debate anybody. I'll debate any abo. Anybody. 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 And I'm not going to ask for $50,000. I just want to be able to determine where it takes place at. That's it. So I'll debate any abo, but it has to take place on the UN grounds. So you get your paperwork together and get yourself in the UN, and at the next Indigenous Peoples event, we can stand in the UN on the grounds and debate whatever you want. Because then I know once you got in the UN, I know that you are really who you say you are, right? Whether it's an organization or it's a tribal nation. If you can get in there as an organization, get in there as an organization. But it'll show me that you really about something. Then we can have a historic, I'll debate anybody, abo, anybody, not even just abo, anybody on anything that they got contentions with. But let's do it at the UN. How about that? Let's set some qualifications since you want to talk about shit. Let me know you are really who you say you are, and you really invested in this more than just going online and debating it. Let me have your organization sign up to the UN so y'all can really be about helping Indigenous people on multiple levels. You got the local grassroots shit covered, I'm sure. Now start talking on some international levels so you can start engaging with other nations that might be able to help you help us with the issues we have here. You know what I mean? But until then, y'all can try and debunk anything you want. Come over here and debunk this right now. Come to court with me.
The road was at one point. You see the power lines, overhead lines. Telephone pole there. It's like just all of a sudden one day, everybody up and left. This is just a path. This wasn't part of the original roadway. This is just something someone's made to drive around. But all over the property, scattered everywhere, are all pieces of the original homes. It's like just all of a sudden one day, they're all blown to bits. Some of the homes even still have evidence of their fences that they had up. I know a busy highway was built right next to this neighborhood, but I'm pretty sure that has nothing to do with the neighborhood disappearing.
Yeah, nothing good. Yeah, that's it.
You can see here original fire hydrants still intact. This was the other road. This is Mingo Terrace. You can see the telephone lines. This would have been the fence for someone's home. Someone does some hunting back here, I guess. This hole right here, if you line it up on the map, you would see that this is where one of the homes was. Back here, there's a lot more debris. Which could just be construction waste that people dump back here, or pieces of the original homes when they were torn down. This is Chick Haven back here, so expect to get some parasites on you. Lots of garbage throughout. Cylinder lubrication. I wonder how old this is. Could have been dumped a week ago or 20 years ago. You never know. There's lots of garbage scattered all throughout this property. Here's the busy highway that they built right past this fence line. So maybe they complained about the noise and they were bought out. Or maybe something really weird and creepy happened back here. You never know, but it did all of a sudden disappear and no one was left. Let's go a little bit further up this path. Sorry for the shaky camera work. Brought my bike. This is like a little cul-de-sac here. Someone does some hunting up in this tree.
You got cousins that still hunt up here.
There would have been, see bricks and cinder blocks everywhere. So there would have been some more homes back here. Man, I can't believe all the garbage.
You know that sand? That's crazy that it's so far inland, right? The Jersey Shore is covered with sand everywhere.
Dirt is such soft sand. It's so loose.
That's why they call it.
Slide all over the place. There was a couple homes right here. They're gone now. There's another path through. This was part of the road at one point.
This is the one that my future ancestors did. We still have relatives living still there. Family still there.
This is Nelson Drive again. We just looped around the block. This would have been the entrance to the road. This is Earl naval base here. Can't go in there. There is one home left here. Got a big construction company. And then this is the entrance here to
The cemetery.
Mingo Terrace.
Keep going straight. Right down there.
Very weird.
You walk towards the cemetery.
And there were a couple buildings back here where this parking lot is. Now it's just a big grassy field, all lumpy. Very difficult to ride a bike with one hand on a big lumpy field, but we're managing.
You have to ride with shit like that. And then
this tree here.
Green light in the street.
Got a little telephone pole here. Up in the tree, we got some wire run.
Leaving the hood and going out to area like this.
There's some really old tables and structures. Man, this is cool. I love the green paint on this, how it's all wearing off. Looks really cool. There was a couple buildings in this exact area. This might have been part of a farm that was here. But these structures don't look too old. There's a makeshift, maybe hunting shelter. Got an old sign here. Buried. Cool little license plate up in the tree here. It's an old plate. It's from the 70s. Just a lot of junk scattered all around. I don't see anything any further than where we are right now. Lots of vines to trip on. Lots of nails to step on. Check one more area, then we'll wrap this up. I go back through here.
That's just a video online talking about a New Jersey community, abandoned, whatever. They play it up like we abandoned everything. Nah, a lot of stuff was going on. A lot of people was getting killed. They was running the side of shit. Like I'm not even gonna get into. I'm sure you can imagine what was going on. Villages like were being burned down. All types of things was happening because of the encroachment of basically people who came from Ellis Island. That's how the story's told. These are people coming from Ellis Island, coming here for land. This is why the 1900s, when all this stuff started, we started to, shit's mob related. And yeah, it's got everything to do with, it's tied into what was going on in Lower Manhattan in terms of illegal activities. So so we spoke a little bit. We referenced. I talked about Mingo Jack. So now that's what Carrie interrupted. It was a memorial for Mingo Jack. So this was
a time when slavery was still legal in New Jersey, and Samuel was used as a slave by the Laird family.
You may have heard of the Laird family. They have the Applejack whiskey, and that is tea that was apparently made back in the 18th century, and it was given to George Washington. So there's a lot of history there, but they're still around. They're still family, and Samuel Johnson was a slave for that family. Now, Samuel Johnson was short and stocky. He was a very short and stocky guy, and he was used by the Laird family as a jockey at Monmouth Racetrack. And this is actually an ad for the horse that he rode, and it was called Mingo. And he rode this horse at Monmouth Racetrack, and he won a very famous race with this horse. And what happened was, for the rest of his life, he became known as Mingo Jack. Now, this is actually a picture of Monmouth Racetrack. Back in the day, it was in a different spot than it is now. It's over in, I guess, West Long Branch now, but back in the day, this is actually where it was. Partially in Fort Monmouth, which is now closed, and then the other half of it hung out where there's houses now. But what's interesting about this racetrack is a lot of the presidents were there. It was a big racetrack, and today you go over there, you go up the street, and you can't even tell that it was there. Okay, so now we're going to fast forward to 1886, and by this time, Mingo Jack had been freed. He was no longer a slave. He was in his 60s, so he was getting older, and he lived in a house. It was about 4 or 5 miles south of Eatontown. He lived there with his wife, his daughter, and a number of her children. And things weren't going so well for Mingo Jack at this time. He was having to be supported by the town poor fund. It was hard for him to find work, and he was having to support his entire family. So there was nearby another woman by the name of Angelina Herbert, who was having her own issues. She was 24 years old. She was a white woman, and she had tuberculosis. And so she was very sick. She lived with her parents. However, on March 5th, 1886, Angelina was feeling a little bit better that day, and her mom gave her permission to go to a friend's house, the Jackson Browns, to return a tin baking dish. And that's where problems started. I'll show you here, kind of give you an idea of where things are. This would have been in the area of Mingo Jack and Angelina Herbert's house, and this would have been the trail that she took. It would have been a wooded trail through here. And as you can see, there's the Jackson Brown house, which is actually listed on this map. Now, to give you an idea of where this is in relationship to today, the Monmouth Mall would be up in this area, and this would be Highway 35. And as you'd head south here, obviously it's a lot different now. This is a very dirt, wooded, secluded area back then. But you head south here, and this would be near where the Red Lobster is today, if you're familiar with that area. You'd have the Sheraton up here with Industrial Way. So Angelina was returning the tin baking dish. She was walking through this trail when suddenly she was attacked, knocked to the ground, beaten by some man, and she was raped, and this man fled. But what was interesting, while he was attacking her, He asked her if she knew who Mingo Jack was. She didn't say he was Mingo Jack. He said, "Do you know who Mingo Jack is?" And that might have planted a seed in her mind that it was Mingo Jack who had actually attacked her. But after he fled, she actually didn't turn to go home. She actually went up and continued on to the Jackson Brown house. When she got there, she was in terrible shape. A family member from that house rode their horse back to the Herbert house on 35, and they got a doctor to go and tend to her. And she claimed that Mingo Jack had committed this attack. So the constable in Eatontown was summoned. He went to Mingo Jack's house and found him actually sitting there by the fire, which was odd that he just had done this attack, and he was just sitting there very calmly, and they placed him under arrest. And from the very beginning, he claimed that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. That was his story. So they arrested him. They brought him up 35. They brought him through Eatontown, and they placed him in this lockup. It's a small building here, which is on, if you look behind here, that's Wampum Brook. That's still there. This would be near the entrance of Fort Monmouth. They placed him in the lockup, and basically a crowd gathered around this lockup. It's now the evening, and they basically threatened to lynch Mingo Jack. And he was inside, and he basically said, you know, kill me and be damned. He was not going to show any fear. He was not going to let this crowd get to him. So the constable did come back to the lockup. He dispersed the crowd for a little while. They left. They went home, or supposedly they went home. Okay, so now it's midnight, or near about there. There are people gathered around this lockup, and they decide they're going to go in and they're going to break the door down. Even though the door is locked, they're going to break the door down, and they're going to go in and they're going to get him. So they break the door down. They chase Mingo Jack inside the lockup. They beat him horribly with clubs, bats, whatever they can find. They break his nose. It's a horrific attack. And when they're done, they hang him from the top of the lockup, thereby killing him. The next day, there's a couple boys down there fishing at Wampum Brook, and
Okay, so Wampum Brook. That's the river that runs behind, that's small little out inlet river, whatever they call it. This runs behind the park. Wampum Park is the same place where you just watch Carrie interrupt that ceremony. That's Wampum Park. That's the same. That's Wampum Park. Wampum Park is right off of Wampum Brook, which is a small river, like inlet. So this is how all that ties into, it's all the same story. It's all the continuation of the same family story. You just have different family members with different surnames, but it's the same people coming from the same villages that are now moving closer and closer. Eatontown is, so you got Eatontown, Tinton Falls, and Red Bank all kind of meet like a tri-state. They all, like, there's a section of that, like a section of Eatontown and a section of Tinton Falls down into Shrewsbury is what was one homestead. It was the Rock family homestead. So it's portions of 3 separate towns. So these families all come off of Pine Brook, which was basically the Rock homestead. And they're branches of families that sprung up through the intermarrying of the Indians and the Africans. So all these families are coming out of that. So Johnsons, they're related to the Richardsons. We're all related. All these stories are interrelated, and they all go back to Peter Rock, to the first Peter Rock, the first and second, because he's the one who had all, like, when you have a homestead, right, that's over 120 acres. You have so much land and so much resources, and other families come live with you. And that's how cities and villages would spring up in America, right? that's kind of how it was always. Like that's where like a fiefdom come from, like a king, and people would live on his land and they have to pay money. That's how like cities and villages, you know what I mean? But it's usually going to be either a tribe that's going to give you land, let you live amongst them, and it starts there, or because of what was going on in colonization and the way things were getting flipped, it was a combination of things happening that people were able to, some people had their land and then acquired more. Like really they know it's all there, so we'll start buying land back. You know what I mean? Like you got your main stuff, but you're still buying other stuff to get the shit back. You know what I mean? It's that type of thing happening. And then you're having family live with this. Like you got to study what real culture is like. That's what would have happened out in Oklahoma with Tulsa. It was one particular family that opened the land up for all the families. You know what I'm saying? You got to do the research on Tulsa. You'll find out. Just like any other place. Like Chicago. They'll tell you a black man founded Chicago. Well, you could say Peter Rock founded, you know what I mean, Black Monmouth County. Put it that way. He founded like the first, like a Black Wall Street in Jersey, if you could, you know what I mean? But it's coming out of the mix of the Indians and the Africans who settled with them. Same concept though. So that's what was going on with all these families. So Mingo Jack is a relative.
They discover his lifeless body hanging from the lockup, and the coroner comes, and here's his death certificate here, Samuel Johnson. And now it says here that he's 77. He was actually in his 60s. They tend to make mistakes on this, but it says compound fracture of the skull caused by person or persons unknown to the coroner. So Mingo Jack was buried over at the Locust Grove Cemetery. This is behind the Quick Check near where 36 and the Monmouth Mall are. And after he was buried, a lot of the people that were at his funeral went to, on the same exact day, went to the Halls Hotel in Eatontown, because this is where they were holding an inquest into the people who caused his death. Now, the inquest itself was a complete farce. There were people on the stand who were clearly drunk. There was, of course, alcohol for sale at this hotel. And when the owner of this building, Hall, submitted his bill to Eatontown for payment for the use of the hotel as a courtroom, they actually reduced the amount of money they gave him and used the excuse that he had made so much money off the sale of alcohol at the inquest that they felt that they didn't owe him as much as he said they did. So that just gives you an idea of what happened, you know, how drunk people were. So it was a complete farce. Nothing ever came of it. Nobody was ever prosecuted. However, two interesting things did come out of it. One was that there was a pretty good idea of who did it, because there was a guy named Frank Dangler who had a big gash on his head the day after the lynching, and he couldn't get his story straight about how he got it. First he said, oh, I got it falling outside somewhere, and then he said he got it at a fight somewhere, so he couldn't keep his story straight. So there were a few people who, it was, you know, just by reading the transcripts of the trial, it was pretty obvious there were a couple people who really stood out as potential attackers. Another interesting thing, they took Angelina Herbert's testimony separately and asked her to describe what her attacker was wearing. And she described, you know, bright colored clothing, you know, she had all this stuff that she said. And then they brought in the clothes that Mingo Jack was wearing the day that this attack occurred. And they were completely off with what she had said. And it raised a big flag for everybody in there that maybe he wasn't guilty. But there was also the sense that, well, he's already dead, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he was innocent, he's already gone. And they put it up. They kind of, the rumors went around that, well, maybe he wasn't guilty, but they more or less covered it up. Now, another interesting thing is that there were two newspapers, well, there were three newspapers in Monmouth County at the time, but there were two big ones. It was the Red Bank Register and the Monmouth Democrat. And these two papers were at war with each other over this story. And they had two polar opposite views. One paper would say that Mingo Jack was guilty of the attack, and they would list all the different evidence that they had for why they thought that he was guilty. And then the Monmouth Democrat said, oh, he's innocent. And they would list all the reasons why. And these papers, they would work with each other. They would actually call each other out on this story, saying how this one's reporting is terrible, that one's reporting is terrible. So I'm not really sure what was causing that. It would be interesting to find out why one paper took one position and one paper took another position. Now, the Asbury Park Press had just started around that time, and their position was very interesting because they stayed out of it. I guess they were a new paper. They didn't want to rock the boat. They would print very little tiny stories about it, and they wouldn't give much detail, and they just more or less stayed out of it. Now, as time went on, this was a story that kind of got forgotten. It kind of got swept under the rug. It was big for a while. But two men, about 20 years later, both had deathbed confessions that they were the ones who had committed the attack and that it was not Mingo Jack. Now, the Red Bank Register tried to discredit him, and one of the men seemed to be discredited because he was getting ready to go through death row, and I guess he was under the impression that if he had confessed to the crime that he wouldn't be killed, but it was never the case. So maybe that one isn't true. But then there was another guy who was on his deathbed, and he said, he was the one who did it, and nobody looked to follow up with it. I think the story got brought up again. This was around like the 1890s, and by this time, Angelina Herbert was very sick. She soon died of her tuberculosis, and after that, everything pretty much went quiet until it had been researched again. There was some research done in the 1980s and 1990s, a little bit on this, but it wasn't really brought out. So I'm going to leave you with this. This is the 1889 Sanborn map. And I find this to be pretty fascinating because how often do you see a professional map that labels where somebody was killed? I don't think that happens too often. So I just find it interesting that they labeled a spot where somebody was killed. I didn't quite understand why they did that, but I think it goes to show that this was such a big case back then in Monmouth County, in all of Monmouth County, not just Eatontown. And it was in all the papers, and it's something that's been, I go up Highway 35 or I go past the spot, I think that, it's something that we can't forget about. It was part of our history. It was not a good time, but, it's something that needed to be brought out again. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is what we really want to be talking about. Selfishly, yeah, I want to bring what's going on with my family to the attention of people. Yeah. And I don't know why, like selfishly, it should be in alignment with all these people who are talking about, they took our land. They took our land. Yep. And they still doing it. It's happening right now. So you want to scream about what they did, or you want to get busy about what they're doing? We could fight this fight. We can't fight the fight that happened. We can't jump in 100 years ago, 200 years ago. We can't fight that fight. That shit over. We could talk about it. We could fight this one. We are. Oh, y'all niggas, y'all warriors, y'all soldiers. Okay, it's a fight right now. It's a fight right now. If you don't like me, you can like my cousin. How about that? She needs your help. How about that? Frontline shit. Where is everybody? Why nobody talking about this and it's happening right here, right now? Why are we talking about the Olmecs and the Mayans? White folks is talking about what's happening right here, right now. White folks up in court right now fighting because of what's happening to these Indian and Black cemeteries. White folks is up in court fighting. And these Aboriginal, indigenous motherfuckers is getting high online, chasing clout, playing games. I told you, man. Indian 2K24 is about to come out. You niggas can play Indian all you want. You're not even proud. You not like, you up here talking about this Negro shit. You're not even proud. You trying to say, was there Negroes in America before 1492? And you not even trying to hold down the Negroes that's here. You just want a motherfucker to agree with you so you can feel right. Because you damn sure ain't about to get on no fucking front line. Motherfuckers ain't fighting shit. They don't even want to talk about no real shit. People want to fight a fight that took place 300 years ago. And talk shit about what happened 100 years ago. They is not enlisting in no real army now, though. Talking about they ain't gonna be soft. I wouldn't have been no slave. Operating under a slave mentality. Well, that's what we doing. I said, you know what? And white folks may be helping us. They doing it selfishly. You see what the white folks did? Look at that shit. Y'all don't even, did y'all even hear that shit? Those families, let me explain this to you. It's always about the dollar. The families that live, to get to my family's this one burial ground, because there's a bunch of them in my account. Yeah. That's peace. So that's as you should be. It's Richardson's all up and down the East Coast. The Cherokee, the name come from Quaker people. All up and down the East. It came north in the 1700s because of the bullshit going on down there. Fuck. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, but yeah, the information there, you gotta start with your, like, you gotta go from the inside out on your family's exact, because there's a bunch of different times that it's like 5 different migrations from the South. And I'm just saying about certain families, not just every, you gotta find your family history. So I'm saying, like, yeah, Two Clouds, like I have his mother come on, I have her talk about it. I'm hearing a lot of things. I'm hearing some advanced things. So I don't really want to. I'll definitely have her on again soon, and let her update everybody. Thank you for definitely adding that. Yeah, I'm hearing I'm hearing some things. Definitely, we can't forget Two Clouds. Great brother that we lost. His anniversary of his transition recently passed, and yeah, I think about Two Clouds often. He made he gave his life literally for what he believed in. I'll share a video of Two Clouds, just, you know, in his memory. Pull one up. Nisha. Yeah. So yeah, Two Clouds was a warrior too. He fought the fight in the now. That's how I think about him often when we moving around, when we engaging the way we engage. You know what I mean? Like his spirit, I think of him. Yeah, but he fought the fight, and there's a lot of people talking, and they really could be doing a lot more. Because you can figure this shit out. Like sometimes you just gotta jump in. You know what I'm saying? Jump in, be honest, but get busy. Like people wanna, like, I don't know what people wanna know, or I don't know what switch they're waiting for to like begin to embrace the culture. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Indeed, he was a wonderful brother, a true warrior, absolutely. He was the best of us, I'll say that. From everybody I met, he was definitely one of the best, if not the best. It was, yeah, a good example too. Set a standard for people. So yeah, we just ask that people who, like, you don't gotta flip no switch. You don't have to, I don't know what you're waiting for. If you are, if you feel that, if you're somebody, if that's what was told you and your family, start moving in that direction. Just do it respectfully. And I don't think you'll really get no opposition if you just do it respectfully and honestly and open. Everybody want to send to the top of the throne. For what? Like, for what? What if somebody said, okay, you're the head now of everybody? To any one of these people who be claiming all this stuff, what if somebody actually put them in position to have some control and have some funding? What would they do? Like, what direction? Would there be ceremony, or would it just be, we're going to dump this money back into the United States? Like, what would they do? You know what I mean? So you got to find your structure, where you come from. And don't let any of these people trick you out of embracing your ancestors. If you come from that, then you're going to have to just accept at some point who your ancestors are. That's it. At some point, you're going to go back and you're going to find out, damn, these same people I've been talking shit about are my relatives. And these people that are not that got you talking crazy, so you not going to be able to embrace that when the time comes. They cheating you out of your inheritance with all these false teachings. Find your community, learn the history of that community. Like, you can study the history of Tulsa. You can find its relationship to Greenwood, all that. There's a history behind Tulsa. I've done the research. I know the players. I know who received land and who sold land to who, and who populated what. where the names come from. So I know the relationship, and I know that it is another community, just like most of the communities that are a combination of the community, of the two communities. Some of them are more African with Indian admixture in terms of community-wise. Some are more Indian with a smaller African population. But the communities that were developing, that was pretty much what they were developing out of. Weak weight out here in Brooklyn. It was the largest freedmen city ever, some shit. First of the largest, some shit, right out here in Brooklyn. But it's a lot of Lenape people that was tied in with that. You know what I'm saying? Weeksville. It was Weeksville. Weeksville community. So this was what was going on. I know on the East Coast. I ain't gonna indulge in nobody else's story. It seems that everybody wants to indulge in ours. Tell our story. So yeah. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I said you don't believe, like you need some proof. I could give you something better than DNA. I'll take you there. I'll put you in the fight. How about that? I'll put you in the fight. Oh, you media? Oh yeah, come on, come with us. You can cover this shit. Yeah. Yeah, I own like guys. So I don't know where to tell you to start. You gotta start with your mother's people, then just simplify it down to your mother's line. Start there. Choose one line and start there. Start with your mother's line. Mother, and your mother's father. See who them people are. Find where this place where these people live. Because it's all gonna trace back to all your shit gonna trace back to a community. You just gotta trace it back to the community. All your people gonna go. You just gotta keep tracing back. Where were they? Where were they? Keep tracing them back until they was at a stable place. Yeah, I know, but Pennsylvania that's not a community. You got to talk. I'm talking about where they live and find out who was living in that community, what was going on, what was that community about. When you start going back into 1800s, these wasn't just random communities. You know what I'm saying? No, none of these communities were just random communities. It's going to be very specific people. Your family would have been a part of these very specific people. My people go back to communities. I can trace my people back to community, also to some to Indian villages, some to plantations. But we can trace different lines back to different different communities they would have come out of. Yeah, so if they're from Philadelphia, like is that the furthest, like you gotta figure how far back, like how many generations back can you go? Like they started taking records in 1600s. They weren't the type of records that would necessarily identify your specific family. So look at when they started taking records. One of the first records of people in your family
pop up and find out what was going on in that area, what communities were in that area, and what the situation was going on in that area, and start there. You can only go back 3 generations and go back to that generation and start there, and then you just got to investigate community. Then you'll get some information on what your ancestors were a part of. Nobody stood alone back then. Remember they said it took a village, came from villages. You can find out your history when you find out the history of the community you come from. You know? What you're looking for may not be in your direct records, but there'll be things that lead you towards more information. That's where you got to start. I know people come out of the Kitua, come out of the upper village. It's the upper village. You just have to look in, we got our records though. Like we know when they came and settled with this other group, where they came from. Like the Reeves or Raritans. And they all met on Brotherton Reservation. So a lot of Indians that would have on the east, in the Philadelphia area, all the way up to New England, even some Virginia tribes. Some families would have come to Brotherton in New Jersey. That's why a lot of tribes, like not whole tribes though, just certain families migrated up north. That's why you have Cherokees in Jersey. You have places like Piscataway, New Jersey, which is a Virginia tribe, named after a Virginia tribe. You got another Virginia tribe in Jersey that are Lenape, or they got a reservation in the Rancocas Mountains. A forest out here. It's different groups. But they're not all from here. They came here because a lot of tribes were coming here because the laws were different. And homeboy gonna try and say, I said the English came first. I never would have said the English came to New York first. It's always the Dutch. Yeah, if it's Pennsylvania, there's so many different tribes, like different Lenape. Those are all Lenape people. Susquehanna, different groups. Yeah, you just gotta dive into some of the real information. See what part it was from. But yeah, that all would be a Lenape group. But it depends on, but that's the area. That don't mean, depends on what time y'all was there. Like it was still, like if your people was there in the 1700s, it was there in the 1800s, it'd have to be connected to certain communities. You know that they would be connected to certain communities. They were still here in the 1800s. But yeah, it's really just about getting all your information together and familiarizing yourself with some of the cultural traditions and practices and area, the place names,
and see if it has any correlation to anything in your family, in your history. So, let's see what the fuck else is going on.
So yeah,
So nations,
everybody high.
cause I kid you not, feeling like a white guy when we interact with law enforcement now. No
So
need to wave paperwork in their face. No need to explain. Everything is correct by the system because we understand the law. We understand how it applies to us, and we understand how we're supposed to operate in this system. Because there's a way for us that's structured for us to operate. But if we don't know it, shame on us. That's the way the law looks at it. Shame on us.
Now, so moving forward, right? So now you've already established a relationship. Let me just real quick talk about the importance of having relationships with the local, I guess it could be antagonist or protagonist. You know what I'm saying?
Law enforcement, government. Well, here's the thing. Nations deal with nations a certain way. Our problem is that we are citizens of a nation and we don't like the way our nation treats us as citizens. Nations are obligated to treat citizens of other nations with a certain level of respect and deference because of a concept called comity. And what comity is I'm going to acknowledge and respect how you do things with your people, and I'm going to stay out of how you do things with your people because I would like you to do the same with me. So, for example, I am Mexico. I see what's going on with Black Americans in the U.S. I know it's wrong. I know it's human rights violations, but I'm not going to say anything because if I do, that opens up doors for the U.S. to come and talk about what I'm doing to my indigenous populations here.
So yeah.
So nations,
everybody hiding they bad hand. Everybody hiding they garbage.
There you go.
Dirty shit.
There you go. So we got this comity thing that's going on, which also then requires that I'm going to treat your nationals, if they're in my territories, a certain way, because I would want you to treat my nationals a certain way if they're in your territory. So all of that's in play now in terms of when we engage with local state government, local law enforcement. They understand that they're dealing with a separate jurisdiction. It's not now about these Black folk that are claiming to be Indians that, no. These people, because of how their tribe is structured, we have to deal with them a certain way because of how these international principles play out. It's no longer a domestic thing. So from that perspective, yes, I want to have a relationship with the police chief. I want to have a relationship with the mayor, with the city council people, so they know how they're supposed to be dealing with me. So there's no lack of clarity about who me and my people are, no lack of clarity about what our relationship is or rights are in these lands right here, and no lack of clarity about what your obligations are to us in these lands. But beyond that, and this is where the legitimacy comes in, we also want to be able to work with them to uphold the public safety. Because if there's an issue going on with human trafficking, we want to be able to know that there's a problem going on, and we want to be able to assist in it, especially if it's one of our people. So there's elements now that come to govern it beyond just me, the individual, and how I feel and what my experience is. Now you start moving into protection of lands, resources, things of these nature, that if you're claiming to be a sovereign in a land, you have an obligation and a responsibility to do.
Now, when you say sovereign, are you speaking of individuals or nations?
No, there's no. So in terms of when you look at what the actual basis of sovereignty is, you understand that a sovereign is the individual or the group of individuals that everyone collectively agrees is going to exercise the sovereignty of the body politic. So we understand that it's completely ineffective for there to be no leadership. If everyone's voice is always as important as everyone else's voice, then nothing ever gets done. Now, that's not to say that everyone's voice isn't as important as everyone else's voice is, but if you maintain that structure, nothing ever gets done because someone always pops in. So, and we also understand that people only, how society structured its agreements that people make to not do things. So I could go over to your house when you're not there if I wanted and break in and take stuff out if I want. I could do that, but I don't want to do that because I wouldn't want you to come do that to me. See, we all can do what we want, but we don't want to deal with the repercussions of what that is. So we all make agreements with each other that there's things that we won't do. I won't kill people. I won't steal from. This is what our agreements really are, but we discuss them in an affirmative. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be respectful. What respect is means really, I'm not going to disrespect you. I won't disrespect you. That's really what we're saying when I'm going to be respectful. I'm not going to disrespect you. So it's ineffective for everyone to be the leader, and our collective society comes from the agreements we make with each other in terms of how we conduct ourselves. So this is what sovereignty comes out of. We say, okay, we're going to give over the authority that we all have and these agreements that we've all made with each other to a group or an individual that we all agree has the capacity and the ability to exercise this power that we've all granted to and for our benefit. And that's the fundamental basis of the sovereign. And then there are certain elements that society agrees apply to the sovereign. And one of them is that the citizen cannot unilaterally separate himself from the sovereign, because then once again, there's chaos. That's the situation where everyone's voice is as important as everyone's voice. But if we've agreed to a sovereign, then no. If we've all agreed to this, then we've all agreed that we're going to abide by this. So you can't unilaterally pull yourself out now because you don't like the way things are going individually. That's not the way this sovereignty thing works. Now, if we all agree that there's a sovereign, then the sovereign's responsibility now is to protect us who have granted this sovereign its authority. And that's where, if anyone's talking about individual sovereignty, that's where the concept comes from. The protections and the rights that your sovereign has granted you. So now, a U.S. citizen gets the right to vote, gets Social Security benefits, gets all of these things that we see people from around the world damn near killing themselves to get over here to take advantage of. Why? Because they understand as a U.S. citizen, they're now under the protection of a different sovereign than where they were at or where they are at. But the key point being, you cannot unilaterally separate yourself from underneath the authority of the sovereign. Now, let's apply that to the U.S. You got a birth certificate. You're here in the state. You probably have health care. All of these things, you can work. You can go out and get a job if you want. If the police harass you, you can make a complaint. Those are all things that you can do because you're a citizen, because undocumented people can't do that. So now, if you're enjoying all of these things that the sovereign provides for you, you cannot take it upon yourself to say, well, I'm angry, so now I'm not underneath this sovereign, I'm my own sovereign. No.
Yeah, you've already entered into the agreement.
Yeah, if you could do that, let's say that you did do that, all that means is that this sovereign now doesn't have to respect anything that you're saying. Don't have to respect you when you say you're locking me up without giving me any representation. You don't have any of that right. We didn't give you that right. Who gave you that right? That we have to respect. So people want to claim sovereignty but don't understand it, and then they want to get out from underneath the U.S. as a sovereign, but don't really understand what that means either. And then they ignore the fact that people from around the world will bring their whole family here to be in the space where our people are now saying, I don't want to be here. This is the worst. They don't understand the system. They don't understand how it works. So they're getting taken advantage of, and they think because they're getting taken advantage of, the problem is the system. No.
So let me ask you, how does being Indian, right? Being Indian alone, does it save you from anything?
No. That's just who your heritage is. So this is how it goes. First of all, it goes whether you identify as an Indian. Then the second step is, okay, if you identify as an Indian, have you substantiated any official ties to a tribe or a nation? And then if you have, what rights or privileges that that tribe or nation still retain? Not privileges, what rights or sovereignty does that tribe or nation still retain, or can it exercise that you have the right to exercise? So if you're just saying you're an Indian with no ties to any tribe, then that's like saying I'm Irish, but I'm here in the US. So what? You're still going to get locked up if this police officer comes. You're still going to get treated like a black person. Probably maybe even worse because you're a quote unquote black Indian. But being an Indian itself does nothing for you if you're not tied to a tribe. And then you can only exercise the authority that your tribe has and that your tribe has granted you authority to exercise.
All right, now let's talk about your tribe, right?
Yeah.
So when you say your tribe, let's talk about, can we get a little bit into your experience?
Sure.
So your tribe at one point, let's talk about, without getting too heavy into it, let's talk about your people, right? How it's divided up into separate tribes, and how the history was different or recorded different or perceived differently.
Sure.
And just, kind of what you had to do to get back on the right step, right?
Sure.
On the right. Yeah.
So historically, when Europeans arrived in these territories, we were structured as a sachendom. That's why they called him King Philip. That's why they were calling the chiefs kings when they first got here. It was their equivalent of what a kingdom was. But it was different because the chiefs, the sachems, were beholden to their people much more than the kings were over in Europe. In particular for Nzúkeew, there were 9 principal villages, each with their own sachem, and then several other smaller villages that were around the principal villages that each had their own chiefs. And then there were collectively 2 grand sachems that were kind of like the leaders of all of the chiefs, but still beholden to the chiefs. I personally descend from the 2 grand sachems at the time when Europeans arrived in these areas, Miantinomi and Canonicus. Those are Miantinomi through the Michael line. That's what you see My uncle, Chief Sunset, he's a Michael. His father, Bristol Michael. And when you go back before that, it's a Mickle, and then even before that. And then through the Champlain line as well, which is through Canonicus. And once again, these are all oral tradition that's understood through the tribe itself. And these are family lines that let people know who you come from or what lines you come down. And then when you go even further back, when you're talking about what happened after the war, I'm a Niles.
So
Yes.
real quick, because I just want to touch on the oral tradition. Now, in your oral traditions, right?
Yes.
Who are they amongst, and who has to agree to your oral traditions?
The elders, the ones that these things were passed down to.
Okay.
And
so,
yes.
So even when you, because a lot of people talk about oral traditions, but even when you speak to oral traditions, there are actual formulas, and it's like a scientific theory. It's something that can be tested. It's not like it's just something you say.
No,
and I just want people to
you better not say it if you don't say it right. You better not say it if you don't say it right. You can get told that you can't speak on certain things. So yeah, like and this is why they discredited our oral tradition, because they knew how solid it was, and they knew that a lot of it undermines the stuff that they had written down about us. So that's why we view oral tradition from our people as something inferior to European documentation, when actually we should be looking at it as the standard by which we judge European documentation. But even that oral tradition has to be traditional, not what you heard or what you know. But
so that would be something that could be validated by somebody who might even be outside of your immediate family.
There you
go. About oral traditions. We're not talking about something that would be particular to your family, like a family recipe.
And this is where the importance of the tribe is, and where you have positions like a powwow, you know, which is a medicine man who's going to be part of it, is tasked with having these knowledges.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a governance structure that's set up. But bringing it back to my people, so you have these villages and with the chiefs that are going on. Then the war happens, and after the war happens, certain tribes stay out of the war, the King Philip's War that took place. One of those tribes was the Niantics, who were down in the Charleston and Westerly area. So after they stayed out of the war, the Narragansetts were preemptively attacked December 19th, 1675 at the Great Swamp Massacre. After the war, a bunch of Narragansetts ended up moving on to the reservation with the Niantics. And they collectively begin to call themselves the Narragansetts. But remember, prior to that, the Narragansetts were not in that particular region. That was Niantic territory. And there were 9 separate principal villages.
Okay.
So fast forward, past the war, past the reservation period, the tribe gets detribalized. They break the lands down into plots.
And isn't there a good documentary about all this?
Oh yeah, it's called Our Neighbors, the Narragansetts. It's a really solid documentary that's out there that explains everything that happened to us. But you'll see my uncle in there marching in a parade that was in Providence. You know, they headed up the Algonquin Indian School, and you know, they were just doing a lot to make sure that people knew that there were still Narragansetts, and broader than that, Indians here in the state, in the community. So now you fast forward in that, you know, and everyone understands the history. Everyone understands that the Niantics and Narragansetts moved in together. There's a lot of intermarriage and family lines. I have Niantic blood heritage as well. I'm related to families down there called the Stantons right now. The chief of the Narragansett Indian tribe, the federally recognized chief, is Grand Sachem Anthony Stanton. So those are my family members down there, you know, but my people have always represented our Narragansett heritage up here in the Providence area, which traditionally is Mashapog. So federal recognition hits, and with federal recognition comes discussion about casino money and all of that sort of stuff. And this is where the problem stops coming in. Because now, like, larger families all of a sudden, well, you're not on these particular roles. We're only utilizing these particular roles for the tribe. And now you start to see divisions amongst families again. So now for the years that I was growing up, I'm not on the rolls for the tribe down in South County, although my mother is, and my aunts are, and some of my younger cousins are. But I'm not, my brothers aren't. So it starts getting into stuff like that. Now we bump into all of this. I'm moving forward. My grandmother ended up passing in 2006. And when we get into 2006, as she passes, one of the things I remember that she's telling me is that she wants me to get more involved in the culture. So I just started going to the Indian Council, which is right here in Providence. And, you know, when I go there, people know who I am. And I start to realize, oh, I've been the one who didn't know who I was. All these people knew my grandmother. They know my mother. I just haven't been coming around. So in doing that, I ended up first interacting with one of the tribes here, the Northern Narragansett Indian tribe under Chief Otis Bliss. But he and I had some differences. And then I ended up having to step away from there. I was war chief for them at the time. They appointed me war chief. But when I stepped away, a number of other families who had had similar issues with Chief Bliss said, hey, we want to, you know, we like how you conduct yourself. We want to continue on with you. And that's when we collectively decided to go back to the traditional structure and reestablish Mashapog, because this is the village where we were at. And because my bloodlines, just like several of the other lines that are in our tribe, go back to those chiefs who were doing that. So I not only, it's not only traditional that we're doing it, but I have the blood right to do it.
Yes.
And that's pretty much the foundation of where Mashapog comes from, how we reestablished it and reconstituted it. To the gentleman, Al Red Dog, yes, we recognize the fact that there are several different heritages that we have from all over the place. Some of my cousins are, their fathers are straight Cape Verdean. You know, we got cousins who they married an individual who was Nigerian. So it's not anything about, you know, African heritage. We also embrace our brothers and sisters who have European heritage. Our connection is being Narragansett. I don't care about the rest of all of that. Cool. That's some diversity. Maybe you got some other recipes to share, you know, but we're here in Narragansett territory. You know, our people been speaking our language, keeping our customs going on here. And I look at it like this. It would be insanity for me to have my mother being Narragansett, but my father's Cape Verdean, and I'm living in Cape Verde, but I'm telling people I'm Narragansett. They'd look at me like I'm insane. They'd be like, but your father's Cape Verdean and you're here in Cape Verde, so why are you claiming to be something across the sea? If I had, my mother was Narragansett, but my father was from London, England, and I'm growing up in London, but I'm telling people in London, nah, I'm Narragansett from, they'd look at me like I was crazy. You're here in London. Why are you? So that's the way I look at it. Regardless of what I got going on, I'm here in Nanhignuk territory. This is what's going to come first. Matter of fact, all of these Rhode Islanders, you're doing it wrong because you're supposed to be doing this first. You're in Narragansett lands. So do this first before you get to any of that colonial stuff. So yeah, we represent all of it. And I actually have a problem with people who don't fully represent all of your heritage. Your ancestors went through something.
Yep.
Why are you denying them? It don't take away from who you are. Be fully who you are, but embrace your culture and respect the lands where you're at right now. That's my piece on it.
Indeed. And my family, like, we participated proudly in the Underground Railroad. We helped free over 10,000 slaves, and that's not to say those slaves weren't of Indian ancestry as well. We're not tying slave to African alone.
But here's my thing.
We proud of that.
Why are people looking down on having African blood? A people that can survive being drugged across the Atlantic Ocean and survive. Why would you look down on that? Like what is disrespectful about having that? And if you really
know.
look into it, especially up here, the ones of us who had African blood and Indian blood were the most problematic for them. Those were the
Yes.
ones that they were shipping up out of here.
And that's recorded, that's documented from the main area all the way down to the Paleiros down in Brazil. Like the history of the intermix being the one who fought back the hardest is a proud history. Like, you know, a lot of people is running from it, but like I said, we are proud people. We are proud people, not just because of our lineage or heritage, but yo, I'm proud because of the stuff my family has done over generations. Not even just one little generation pop off. Nah. And on top of that, we survived. You know what I mean? Like, this not the TV stuff that people think that they sold you. It's some stuff that happened long before y'all check into this whole, long before they started shooting the Westerns. It was a whole bunch of massacres that happened out here. Right where I'm from.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I got grandmothers that whole villages was massacred.
Yep.
And that's why she ended up with the people she ended up with.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's all types of stuff.
Yeah.
That unless you are part of these families and know the history, because see, y'all can read the history in the book, but if you ain't attached to it, it's just like reading science fiction.
Yeah.
But when I'm reading something and I see them names pop up, yeah, when I'm reading about places in history and I can attach names of people that I know to them, and not because they're similar names, no, because it's that bloodline.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's different. When you're looking at names in the 1600s and you know these people's descendants, it's a different type of way of looking at history. You know what I'm saying? It lock you in different.
Yeah.
And then let you be those people. Yeah, lock you in different.
Absolutely. And shout out Al to our Matisse family. We got some Matisse brothers and sisters that are in this region here down in Rhode Island. I drum with one of them, Harry Gray Owl. You know, and respect as well. I've actually got a brother who has Matisse heritage who's on council for my tribe as well, because he's got Narragansett heritage as well. So, you know, and that's the thing. All of these, and this is what I was sharing with Turtle the other day, and I'm speaking from an American perspective, all of this concept that somehow, some way, if you got African in you, it's taken away, or, you know, all of that comes out of that one drop rule. That was imposed with the Racial Integrity Act, and I'll just remind people that was ruled unconstitutional. So we
and
really
it's not traditional.
And it's not traditional. It's not only not traditional, but it's illegal under contemporary legal standards. So at this point, it's really just Indians doing it to themselves. When you push a blood quantum, when you disparage anyone for having something other than. My first question is, do you have the blood? Because don't be faking it if you don't have it. But then if you do have the blood, well, what are you doing with it? Now that you got the blood, how are you respecting those ways and those traditions? But I just want to remind everyone that whole concept that you can somehow be less than because you're mixed comes out of that racial integrity sort of mindset that was going on. And we're still operating, a lot of us, in a colonial perspective because we're still pushing those ideologies. Nothing makes me less Narragansett. I'm super Narragansett because you see what's going on with me. And to Turtle's point, I had ancestors that fought in the Revolutionary War. You know, that like just Narragansetts trying to navigate and get through and figure out what's going on. And as he said, you know, a proud history that doesn't just come from the fact that I'm Narragansett, but comes from the fact that my line has been continually in the leadership positions of my nation, which helped me to understand what I needed to be doing and why I needed to be doing it. Not just because I felt like being the chief and I want people to follow me, but oh, damn. So my line been doing this for a while and I'm kind of out of pocket for not doing it. Okay.
Yeah. You know, it's almost like
And I'm not going to compare it to scars, but scars bear a story. You know what I'm saying? So if we saying we Lenape or we Narragansett or whatever we saying we are, hear the story, because it might all make a whole lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? If you just listen to the story. Now, if people are just saying they these certain things and they just using like because we was here and all that crazy stuff, then you know you're not dealing with no authentic people. Like at this point, I urge people just put the clean glass next to the dirty glass.
Yeah, man.
That's it. If you that, be super transparent, be honest. What you don't know, say you don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just move into the space honestly. And I'm telling you, people will help you. They'll embrace you. But you just can't move into these spaces like you owed something with an attitude, telling people they ain't who they are, calling people. And you really can't expect to achieve what you want by denying other people of the very exact same thing. So if you want somebody to identify you as who you say you are, you can't be calling them a damn Siberian unless these motherfuckers is Siberian. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that. Simple as that.
And what I would suggest, and I believe that most traditional Indians will agree with me, Indians, once they get talking, they get to talking. And it could be hard to get them to stop talking sometime. So if you were just to be humbly approaching and saying, hey, I don't know, I was wondering if you maybe could tell me, you would probably find yourself inundated with information.
Yeah, they
like
long-winded.
ready to like end the conversation 2 or 3 times already, and they're still talking to you. But it's all about how you approach the situation and what you're engaging with. And once again, nothing makes you less of who your people are. It's just a different narrative and experience that you have individually that you can share with others. But the connecting point is who your people are here in these lands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you know, like it's cool because bro asked a question like, do we acknowledge our African ancestry? And I feel like we answered it great, not without getting offended, without you know what I'm saying, questioning. You know what I mean? And then he offered up who he was. I hope y'all see that. Then he told us who he was, and then boom, we knew what relationships we have with the people. Y'all see how that happened? And if we'd have been defensive because we couldn't answer his questions authentically, it could have went someplace else. Why we gotta have African? I've been here forever. I'm from the dirt. Why would you question me about Africa? I ain't got no African in me. My people told me that we was here forever. Dirt. That's how that shit is going. But nah. And I'm still waiting for the dirt nations to come through. I want to hear about this sacred dirt. I'm still wanting to hear about it. And I make fun, but so Two Hawks, I put a thing up today talking about the Khoi and the San people from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And when the British went into Africa, they labeled the Khoisan people the colored people.
Yeah.
And they labeled the Bantu people Black Africans. Right? So the history is, and this is in South Africa. So during apartheid, when they started to return land to South Africans, to the Black Africans, the Khoisan, who are the original inhabitants of South Africa, couldn't get the land because everything was going back to the Black Africans. And the original people who are labeled colored had to wage a whole nother political battle to even be eligible for that land. Now the situation is, when the British came, the Bantu were occupying land. Prior to that, it was the Khoisan, the Khoi and the San. They migrated out. They became the Bantu became the dominant population. So the Europeans came there and assumed that they were the dominant group and the more ancient group. See what I'm saying?
So I think a lot, like there might be something to that when these people are saying they're the dirt people, they're the original people that have been here. You know what I'm saying? Because I do believe there was people that were here. It even states it in our you know, in the Lenape annals that there were tribes here.
But
you know what I mean?
Show me you're of that tribe then.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is that there might be something that, but they don't even talk to that. They don't even speak to something that could be, you know what I'm saying?
Nah.
Possible.
Possible. So you say Minnesota is your people's. All right. So this is what I know about Minnesota, or what I've observed, things I've looked into. Something very interesting about Minnesota. I'm a Prince fan, so the whole Lake Minnetonka thing stood out. I did a breakdown on that, Lake Minnetonka. But let's say this. So the Lenape native inhabitants of the St. Paul area. Before the arrival of the European colonists in the 1600s, the area around St. Paul's Church had long been the ancestral home to various bands of native people. They were part of the broader group of Lenape or Delaware Indians and spoke a tongue belonging to the Algonquin language families. They have often been mistakenly referred to as Siwanoy, a name they almost certainly never called themselves. See, that's an exonym, but which nonetheless has become deeply entrenched in our literature. Sometimes scholars also call them Munsee. So that lets you know what language group they were, right? My Raritan ancestors are Munsee. Call them Munsee after the name of the Lenape dialect they spoke. However, let me see something. However, like other native groups, they tended to call themselves by the names of their local villages. See, so this is why people don't realize all these people are Lenape, because they're called by their location names. The Lenape were semi-sedentary and peaceful, having settled in their homeland no later than 1,000 years ago and probably much earlier than that. Indeed, archaeologists tell us that people were living in the northeast for at least 12,000 years. But with the absence of ancient writings, there is no way of knowing what these earlier groups called themselves. The Lenape who lived here in the 1600s were mostly clustered along the Long Island Sound and its inland rivers from today's Westchester County to the Bronx. So this article, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you can go check that out and look into it. You're going to find it's a big history in Minnesota, St. Paul, Lenape history. Even in the Purple Rain movie, when he's talking about purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. So Lake Minnetonka, let's see something. Lake Minnetonka had a history. Has a spiritual history. So when Prince said you got to purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka, he's referencing what was on Lake Minnetonka. There are 524 mounds mapped in the 1880s. Along the lake, the city of Mound was even named after the mounds discovered there and made between 300 BC and 100 AD. Now more than 40 mounds are estimated to be along the lake. So Lake Minnetonka has 525 mounds on the damn lake, all around the lake. So I'm going to share that with you. Switch that out. And bring this in. So you'll see Indian Mound around Lake Minnetonka. See all that? So here's the lake, huge lake system. These are all the mounds located all around the lake. So that was like a giant metropolis. It's a felony to intentionally disturb burial mounds. See that? Tore up a burial mound. 69 mounds extended along the highland on the north side of Halstead Bay route and house construction with grading and farming have destroyed most of the mounds. Road and house construction with grading and farming have destroyed most of the mounds. The mound group was named after Mrs. Ada Malston, the landowner in 1947 when the mounds were examined. See, this is all recent times. These mounds were still here. 1947. Like, this is not no 1,000 years ago. There were still people alive who were connected to those mounds. They may not have been the creators of them, but they were descendants, people who carried on the traditions. That's what they want to talk about. No, they didn't create them, no, but they the people who come from them people. So yeah, that's some history dealing with the Lenape, tying them as far north as, you know. But like I said, the more you understand the culture, you understand who the people are, do some real research, and then are open to be able to talk to people that can help you. It's really not as hard to figure out. And yeah, there is some conspiracy. There's a whole bunch of bullshit going on. A whole bunch of European Masonic groups creating or developing, and there's all your conspiracies lie in there. Like, there are enough. If you like the conspiracy stuff, that stuff does exist. You know, you got the secret societies, you got all them, and the connection to the Indian is like, you know, I'm working on something now that's going to show you that. Why you think that these white folks, like, you think they're Indians? They know they're not Indians. You just don't know what's going on. Yeah. So it's a lot of so yeah, but like the truth ain't like all this other shit. Like, they don't have to convince you. They don't have to make you forget this land was yours. Like, what is that supposed to mean? Because I know a whole lot of history, and I know about the battles that took place, and I don't know about no great wars where people stole people's culture. I know about even when the Chichimek went into Mexico, They went down there with the intentions of thinking they was going to have to fight. And when they got there, all they had to do was absorb the families that were still living there. And they made an agreement. Check this out. They made an agreement when the Chichimex or the Azteca, right, when they came into Mexico, because they came from North America, and they came into Anihuac Valley in 1109, they made an agreement with the remaining Toltec families. The agreement was Toltec law and cultural practices would stay intact. But the language would now be Nahuatl, which is the language that the Aztecs spoke, or the Chichimex. So you have them saying the agreement was your laws, our language, and they merged together. That was an agreement. That wasn't even no war. And it was an exchange. So yeah, these people did learn. That's why people think the Aztec and the Mayan and all them are the same people. They're not. The Aztec just inherited much of the Mayan culture, which they got from the Toltecs. So like these, and then when they talk about the what do they call it? The Mongolian invasion. The people that came here were not the Mongolian invaders. They were the people who were fleeing the Mongolians invading their land. Have you ever looked at the map? So they're presenting it like the Mongolian invasion is something that happened in America. The invasion happened over there, and those people fled into the Americas. Like, I don't know, do people not understand that? So, I mean, a lot of the stuff is like a comprehension is crazy. So we're gonna look at this map, all right? So people can kind of get what we're talking about. All right, let's do this. No, that's not good. I'll just get a nice map of Mongolia. This have to go. This is gonna have to go. Okay, let me switch this out. Show you all this foolishness. All right. So, first of all, see red, that's Mongolia. Right? The Bering Strait is all the way up to the right, up there where it says file usage on commons. That's where the Bering Strait and all that is, right? So the Mongolians were invading the area just north of them. They invaded everything, everything all around them, right? That was pushing the people that were in those areas fleeing out of those areas. And many of them people ended up being the people, some of the groups that came across the Bering Strait at a later time. If it like, and even when you're talking about the Mongolian invasion, like that's not even ancient. It's not ancient. It was already people here. So when they talk about this Mongolian invasion, it's like, how do you equate that with people taking over America and stealing people's culture? Like, let me show you this. So, stop that. Present this. Right. Okay, so here you go. That's the Mongolian invasion. Where you see any Mongols going into goddamn America? That's like the Mongolian invasion didn't happen in America. It was people fleeing the Mongolian invasion that ended up in America. That shit crazy. And it wasn't the majority of these motherfuckers. And what are we talking about? Talking about 1207, 13th century. Like none of the stuff they really say makes sense. Nothing. 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 That's why I'm like, I don't really take them serious. I can't. Can't do it. So let me get back to this.
Like there's trains of thought that speak about different migrations that have come to the Americas. You know what I'm saying? Different groups. Let's just say the Algonquin speakers were the third. You know what I mean? The fourth was the people that we call the ones who came, as they would say, over the Bering Strait. And the fifth would be the Europeans. But prior to the Algonquin, there was like, there's talk that there were two migrations, one of Twa people and one of like the Khoisan. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at a lot of those old, when they redo them images, the body, you know, the skeletons that they find. What's loose? What's the lady they found down in South America? They redid it, and she looks like this black woman.
Man, I just seen it yesterday.
Yeah.
Luzia.
I forget her name, man.
Talking about Luzia.
Yeah. Well, if you look at her and you look at what the Khoisan look like, I mean, there's similarities. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, so what I'm trying to say is,
what you trying?
If y'all want it, but then they have to say they African. You see the problem?
There you go. They ain't gonna say that.
They don't.
So they can't even try and tie themselves into that because
let them be.
They from the dirt here. See where my house is built?
Yeah,
a house that they didn't build.
Creole to as Cajun. I know Cajun people. I know a Cajun family
on Big Eagle. The Europeans call.
I'm not gonna jump off the thing on you and tell you what they say, but I know what that come from. I know it's a multitude of people going back to the Acadians, the French Acadians.
So there was a boat.
Some of the Micmac up in
out there, right on
up in the north. That's above you, right? That's above y'all.
A boat sunk on Lake Minnetonka. And that's just like I'm not sure how many people died, but a boat sunk or something like that. But hold up, no, there was yeah, I didn't even get all the way to the bottom to the hold up, there's more to it. There's more to it. Hold up. Yeah, there's actually an old picture of it. So it was supposed to be like a mound in the middle of the lake, and that was like one of the most sacred mounds. Yeah, here's the picture. sacred place of Lake Minnetonka. I don't know. I think this might be a drawing of it. No, it's a real picture. All right. Pull this up. This. No. Focus on that. Damn. It's caught me up with some bullshit. See if I can pull this up. Breezy Knob Spirit Knob was regarded by the Dakota Indians as the most important point on Lake Minnetonka. All right. So here we go. Breezy Point Spirit Knobs. So there's the mound there. It's the path that leads to the mound. Breezy Point Spirit Knob is regarded by the Dakota Indians as the most important point on Lake Minnetonka. They believed that all of the power of the lake came from this point. Because of its great energy, Breezy Point Spirit Knob became their primary worshiping grounds. Spirit Knob means little hill of the spirit. In the Dakota language, located along the southern shore of Wayzata Bay, Breezy Point is in woodland, which was settled in 1882. The point faces west and overlooks Spirit Island, a 60-foot high mound or land once protruded from the shoreline on Breezy Point. The Indian trail that followed the shoreline around Lake Minnetonka ended at Spirit Knob. It is said that ceremonial dances to honor the great spirit Manitou, who championed peace, took place there. Until the 1870s, a large stone stood atop the mound of land. Dakota warriors would worship and place scalps there after battles. Years later, the knob was excavated and the remaining mound of land was eroded by the water. Many artifacts have been found in Breezy Point Spirit Knob, including a piece of the old knob that is now at the Smithsonian Museum. Unfortunately, this sacred point has also seen tragedy. In 1885, a 35-foot boat named the Minnie Cook capsized off Spirit Knob during a storm with 8 to 10-foot waves. 10 people died, including former mayor of Minneapolis, Alonzo Cooper Rand. He was also one of the founders of Minneapolis Gaslight Company. Today, there is no sign of a mound of land that was such an important part of the lake's history, yet its spirit certainly remains. So yeah, that's a little bit of the Lake Minnetonka history. Wayzata, that's right, Wayzata. Okay, so you know it. So yeah, you know the area, you're familiar. So yeah, that's how you start to learn more about the areas you're in and seeing how they tie back. Just learn as much as you can. Okay, Wayzata. So there you go. It's always good to know, to recognize the land you want, know as much about the history as you can. And, want to speak for the land, do it humbly. I would defer to anybody who's from those people. What I just read is what I read. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would definitely defer to anybody who is of those nations and has those actual old traditions. I would always defer to them. You know what I mean? So let me get back to this. What is Two Hawks and Turtle Gang talking about now?
And they ended up in Maryland for a little while. And then from Maryland, they ended up down in Louisiana. And it's the AKOMAKKK.
Yeah, a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
So the issue is how did we get the knowledge to be able to take this necessary steps to exercise the inherent sovereignty that the tribe has? And I will say this because I've said it before. I give respect to the man in terms of what he did, the benefit that he was to the nations here in the area, in that he gave us the understanding of the necessity of a trust. That was the main takeaway from HEMOC. You're not structured correctly. In order to be properly structured, the tribe needs to be operated through tribal trust. Once that bit of information was understood, then we were able to start doing other things. But the only reason that step could even be taken was because of who we were as a tribal nation. Not me, the individual, but all of these families that are those people that are organized, saying, hey, we're getting back to how we used to be, but we want to structure ourselves correctly so that we can properly protect and provide for ourselves.
Yeah. And that's an important story, because there are people out there that are talking about my tribe and they're thinking they got to go get accepted by somebody. If you want to get a government check, you got to go get accepted by a federally recognized tribe. If you want to bring back your traditional ways, you have to find out and figure out who your people are and begin to operate and move in that way. And for some people, you'll be able to get it together quick if y'all are a good, tight family and you've kept a lot of the customs and cultures. If not, it might take you 30, 40 years. That's just the truth. But if that's what you want for yourselves, that's what you got to do. Like, I just wanted you to share a little bit of that with the people too. Also, a lot of people are like they tribe is gone. What happened to the tribes that were detribalized, that no longer exist, and the people are coming from those tribes? You know what I'm saying? What is their remedy? Well, is there a quick term remedy, or is this something that they're gonna have to?
This is the thing, right? This is the thing. Before Europeans got here, your tribe was not structured because someone gave them permission or because someone hadn't detribalized them. They were structured because that's how you operate. That's how you engage with other tribes, other families. So these are fundamental things that have been in play, that are still in play. So when individuals say, well, my tribe was detribalized, I get it, I understand it, but that doesn't change the way things go. Because that's your experience, the entire tradition doesn't change now to fit your experience. And that's what we have to, I would say that that's probably the biggest challenge that people have, understanding that despite your particular experiences and circumstances, you are not the center of things. You now have to figure out how to start to ingratiate yourself back into the customs and traditions that you were taken out of. And those customs and traditions operate certain ways that are not going to say, oh, okay, you're one of those tribes, you're from one of those families that got, okay, well, let's stop everything for you. Let's be inclusive for you. I would say that our culture isn't inclusive at all. It's structured, but if you have a right to it and you move in it accordingly, you can access it. But it's not an inclusive space. You do things the way the culture says. You don't ask the culture to bend to fit your particular experience.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. It's definitely not an inclusive culture. That is 100% true. So, yeah, that is 100% true.
You should be all of those things you went through should be why you're trying to get back to doing things the way they were done before. Because you're trying to get away from all of that. You shouldn't be trying to bring that over into the Indian space with you. And I think that's where I see a lot of times where it's problematic, like where the hip hop connections are made, because people start to then think, oh yeah, this is like, yeah, I know some Herring Ponds, folks from Herring Pond. I'm more friendly and have better relationships with the Punkapogs and the Natives, and then the Nipmuc tribes that are from up in that region. But I know some Herring Pond folk. We see them around at different socials and powwows and stuff like that. To the brother that's in the comment section.
Bro, Anthony Herring. So that's your family? That's his family. I'm assuming he's a Herring.
Perhaps, I don't know, because I don't see, and this is the thing that's so interesting about Southern New England in particular. There's so many different tribes here that are really just different families. So
yeah,
Herring Pond's not too far from me. I probably less than an hour and a half drive, probably less than that. Probably less than an hour, to be quite honest. But that's
are these
a whole
tribes
different experience for me.
Yeah, are these tribes federally or state recognized?
I don't think Herring Pond is federal. I'm pretty sure they're not. They might be state recognized. But then you got a bunch of tribes. What I found is that,
but they all recognize each other.
Well, the colonial era tribes that were problematic, any tribe that was problematic for the U.S. usually isn't recognized by the feds.
Yeah.
Any tribe that was problematic for the colonial governments usually isn't recognized by the state.
Yeah, absolutely.
So those are kind of the tribes that the fauna nations have been connecting with. The ones who are like problematic for the U.S. and the colony and the crown.
We the ones that got beat up on first.
There you go.
We was catching lumps in the 1600s early.
There you go.
Early.
And
early.
We were the ones who were like, nah, you're gonna have to kill us. We're not giving us up. So now they're shipping us out. They're misclassifying us. These Indians in particular, these ones here, they gotta go. They can't even exist anymore.
Yeah, like it's I can't keep saying it's crazy. It just is what it is. But we were speaking yesterday, and I was talking about how one of the individuals that was responsible for the Pequot massacre was also responsible for a massacre that happened in which a large percentage of my people was there. You know what I mean? The tribe I would, my people come from in terms of the rarity. You know what I mean? So, and
but
I ain't know that until I actually looked into that to say, damn, this is the same person.
There you go.
Same generals. You know what I mean? And so that even brings me closer to the Pequot War. You know what I'm saying? Makes me even more, because like I said, like right now we think of places and they're like so far away. You know what I'm saying? But when you get deeper into the history, you understand how interrelated all these places really were. Like people from Hartford, Connecticut are the ones who were coming into Jersey burning villages. You know what I'm saying? Like armies that were raised in Hartford. These were the same armies that was going up into Mass Bay and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like literally the same armies.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's really a small, how they say, it's a small world. No, it's way smaller than people know until you get all the way into it.
Yeah, and especially when you start to look at those bloodlines and the families and the experiences, you start to realize that it's really been a short window that we've lost the relationships that we had. I'm realizing now that my grandmother had my mother's generation and my generation growing up around a bunch of Pokanokets and Nipmucs that we didn't know were Pokanokets and Nipmucs. We always just thought we were black. You know, and to be clear, when I say black, I speak about an experience in a community, because we all went through that black experience. We're all part of the black community. but we weren't understanding that primarily we had indigenous heritage to these lands where we were at. And now that we're older and we've kind of started to re-engage and, you know, we're seeing each other around, I'm like, oh my goodness, man, we've been knowing each other since we was 3 and 4, and we just finding out now that we have these connections. So, you know, it's important, those family lines, those bloodlines, and those specific experiences, because they tell you not only about who you are, but they allow you to build those relationships with others in other nations that are integral to if we're talking unity. And if I could, Rip Shop Sutton, what are the Narragansett or Pequot family lines, if you don't mind my asking? I always like to know because that helps me orient. There was a brother I met just a couple weeks ago who said he had Narragansett lines, and when he started sharing some of the family lines, I know some of them right now. They live here in Providence. So, you know, it's not that big of a world at all.
Yeah, Rick right up there. Yeah, since we've been going through what we've gone through over the past month or so, while our families on the burial grounds, we've gotten to know other cousins. Like we've gotten a better understanding of how people fall in the family lines. You know what I'm saying? People who we thought were married into the family, like, nah, they direct lines. You know what I mean? It just, and what's crazy is you had, and we all are kind of guilty of it, right? Because we have one branch of the family that my group of the family is like, oh, they don't be inclusive with everybody. They act like they the only ones. And then we have our event, you know, we have our family gathering. Then there's another line of the family that's saying that same thing about us. But we not even realizing, like, we know they related, but we don't really know how closely they fall and what lines they through, the same way the other family don't know. See what I'm saying? So it put me in a position to say, damn, to have some understanding of how the other family felt about us. You know what I'm saying? So now you got a bunch of families, and I'm sure you've gone through this, bro, where you got a bunch of families that motherfuckers be acting like y'all ain't really family, but they know you family, but they don't really know, but they're like, you know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of that goes on. It's a whole lot of that. And like I said, once we got to the bottom of it, I'm like, oh, that branch of the family, they as much this as we are. Who the hell we acting like we, you know what I mean, got more of a tie to than them. So I think a lot of that is going on with our families.
Yeah.
Like you say, it's like two at the, like for me, it's definitely 2 generations. Like my grandmother, they knew everybody. Everybody knew everybody. All this was understood with everybody. My mother's generation, and people need to understand that when I'm going back to my grandmother, I'm talking about my grandmother had 16 kids over a span of like 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Or yeah, like starting young and finishing late. So my mother being one of the younger kids, she's not going to be exposed to a lot of information her sisters that are 20 something years older than her are going to be exposed to. You know what I'm saying? So even though when I say it's 2 generations, it's a lot of lives that have lived in a long span of time that has happened in those 2 generations. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother was born in 1902. So information that was freely known in the late 1800s, by the 1970s was kind of gone. It was kind of dried up. You know what I'm saying? And unless you really was digging for it, you was gonna walk right past your own cousins. Not even realize they're your cousins. And like the 20, all that stuff that happened in the 1900s, that stuff changed directions of communities. That's where we lost a lot of the knowledge of really who we are. People moved out of their communities, moved into the cities. You know what I mean? Like from my family, we moved from what they would call the country into the city. But for us, the city was Red Bank at that time. Like that was city. You know what I'm saying? Moving to the, you know what I mean? I'm talking about in the, you know what I mean, early 1900s. You know what I'm saying? Move over, you know, moving towards the water, because that's where everything, them cities on the water were. But yeah, we definitely, it's been a few generations since this information was more accessible in the family.
Yeah. So I think it's good that and I understand it that people are kind of like angry, you know, that they didn't know stuff and they lost connections. I get it, you know, but with the perspective we just shared, you know, lashing out at people because you don't know something is ridiculous. Yeah, just generically claiming that you are something because you were around, or I mean, you should know who you are before you claim anything. General. Before you claim to be African American, make sure you got some African heritage, you know, and then go deeper. If you're going to claim to be indigenous, make sure you got some indigenous heritage, and then go deeper. Whatever it is you're claiming, substantiate it before you claim it. Don't go off these generic sorts of, we was here, we're this color, you know. I say, outside of what Europeans say, how do you know you're you? That should be what the conversation that everyone should be able to have with themselves and others.
Yeah. And I think that including your family in the conversation, well, it's going to keep everything honest. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going to be family members that's not going to want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, we had, like, in our family, as we really started to make a push and it started to become more public what was going on, yeah, we had naysayers in the family that was doing all types of research, pulling out DNA and doing all types of things. But what they didn't do was go study the culture. They studied deeds and, you know, European information. They never once went and learned the history or the culture. You feel me? So that left them just looking at, you know, government documents. And based on them documents, we've been a bunch of different things. You know what I'm saying? So that should, you know what I mean? But when you really start to get into the culture, a lot of the things that people throw at you, you'll know that's not really a part of the tradition.
Yeah.
Like when people are saying this DNA stuff, they're not coming from any traditional perspective. They're coming from a get money perspective.
Yeah.
All that shit is because nobody, like my cousin married to a woman from Estonia. Their children are going to have completely different DNA than me. But we still got the same grandmothers, same inheritance. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't look nothing like me. They come from their mother, who's an Estonian woman, but they still a part of this family. You know what I mean? My aunt, that's her grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? She don't look at them any differently. They don't, like, I got brothers. I got about 12 brothers probably, looking all different ways. We got a house in Philly. In order for that house to be sold, every one of us has to be consulted. Whether each one of us like it or not. No matter who's living in it, it don't matter. My brother is light skinned and his mother is Irish. That don't mean, well, we don't got to consider what he has to say about it. Nope, he still has to be considered. And it's just that simple. My brother who passed away, now all his kids have to be considered. So now his one vote is broken up into 5 votes. You know what I'm saying? In terms of inheritance. And guess what? A lot of times our families ended up selling land. And because we had so many inheritance, by the time you break that money up, people was getting $100.
Yeah.
And you didn't sold acres. So a lot of people keep doing your research. A lot of stuff that you're mad about, you might have to put in a whole nother bag. Like, shit, that was the stupidity. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep doing that research. Yeah. I got stories about my family, all types of ways we lost. Still happening now. It's happening now.
Yep.
It's happening now because of bad decisions that people made.
Yeah. And this is my thing. People will turn and say, oh, they stole the land. Your ancestors didn't have a lot of money. They came around and said, oh, I'll give you this amount for it. Oh, all right, yeah, boom. You go for it. You realize afterwards, man, we got to split all this. Man, we could have got this. So now it's like, well, they stole the land. No, they took advantage because we didn't know any better. They took advantage. And that's different than stealing. A lot of times it's a taking advantage situation.
Yeah. Well, they created an atmosphere through. See, that's another thing, because I don't know, people. I think people are getting to a point where they're starting to see past the color situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it did become a situation at some point. But I think people are understanding that there were even people of color who owned slaves.
Yes.
Right? Right. There was that as well. But there was the actual racism and all the, you know what I mean?
So
we're not going to eliminate that.
Does that begin in Reconstruction? Is that kind of when the whole like white thing like really gets going? That's what my thoughts are.
The white thing that we know it, like the modern racism that we associate with like white people, that started after 1870, after the Naturalization Act. In 1870, 12 million Europeans came to the United States under the Naturalization Act, which gave them the status of free white persons. And these were the people that the Merrill Land grants and all this was happening around the Civil War. The freeing of the slaves, all that shit was happening at the same time.
Yeah.
And it culminated in Ellis Island and 12 million Europeans coming to the Americas. And them 12 million people that came here under the status of free white people, but we would have really called them poor white trash. So they came to a country, now check this out, they came to a country where slaves had just been freed, war just been fought. All these people who are ex-slaves have skills, right? You got people, and that's another thing that people don't really understand. In colonial times, beyond the like, wherever the villages were, where these Europeans were set up, beyond there was Indian people. You know what I mean? Just people living out, you know what I mean? And they would expand, right? When they would expand using families that were people of color. That's why they talk about in Lower Manhattan, some of the earliest settlers were, they called them Negroes, and that's what them people in Seneca Village in Manhattan were. Those were who, these people that were coming here, and they call them French Huguenots, and they call them all these things. A lot of these people were people of color. You know what I'm saying? So them people went on to have farms and stuff. They just didn't live. They wouldn't have been living in, if I'm giving New Amsterdam as an example, they wouldn't have been living within the walls of New Amsterdam. They would have been living on farms out amongst the Indians, setting up trade and stuff. But needless to say, by the time the Civil War and all that, that's who all these free people of color were. Not all of them, but this is the thing. They were mixed with Indians by this point. You feel me? Because they live in amongst the Indians. You get what I'm saying? It's like when you go set up a store, you're gonna hire the people in the community, but you're gonna bring a staff with you, right? The staff that they would bring and employ when they first would set these places up, they would bring people of color because they felt like they could intermix with the Indians better.
So that's why you're gonna find a lot of these first settlers, when you really start getting into the history, you're gonna find that these were some of the people that we would have called Moors. That's what we would label, but they really were Black Dutch or Black French people. You see what I'm saying? They were motherfuckers that was fleeing Europe, signing these contracts to come over and work. Like when you start really getting into it. So I'm just saying that in 1870, by the time these Europeans came here, 12 million, there was already free people of color who owned land. Like that's already known. These people were Indians as well as Europeans who had came over here as indentured servants, worked off their contracts, and they was free by like 1660. You know what I mean? They was free early, and they was able to go out and like I'm seeing a lot of stuff about a lot of these indentured servants would be traveling with the wealthy Europeans that would be setting up these new that would have these charters. And after they ended up serving out their time, they were able to buy land, and then they would settle. And many of them would end up going and mixing in with the Indians. Like it's way more to it than just like they came here, flipped. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how Muhammad Ali was, he was an American, but he didn't want to go fight the war? You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't agree with what his government was doing. He was just as much a pawn of the government. A lot of things that was going on here, like even with the Kef War, that was the war that took place. It was a 1-year war that took place, massacred a lot of tons of Lenape, thousands, right? A lot of Europeans got killed too. It happened because William Kef, who became the new director of New Amsterdam, he wanted to now start charging the local Indians who they had deals with for protection, right? It was already a part of the agreement, but now he wanted to start taxing them for protection. And the reason they needed protection is because the river Indians, all the Indians that were closest to the what we would call the ports, they're the ones that had the agreements with the Europeans, right? So a lot of other tribes wanted in on it. You understand? So whoever controlled the ports, right? So a lot of the tribes that were closest to the waters were the ones that were entering into these agreements initially, and it was causing animosity. North Africa, they early times. You know what I mean? Gave them motherfuckers tractors, taught them how to work. West. All them people that they call the Bible Belt people and all running around all these cities, sticking people up, crippling them. That was like one of the last moves they did. And then in 1870, they was like, fuck it, we're just gonna bring our own people over here. And they specifically picked out groups of people that had historically been European nations that were enslaved by other, like the Romans, by the Moors. That's why people be like, oh, the Slavic people, the slaves. This is a different time than the white slaves that were being taken, that were being like kidnapped out of England and all that. This is a different time than them. That was in the early times. You know what I mean? And that's where all them orphans come from. When they talk about them orphan trains, all that come from, these is orphans of the 12 million. So you figure 200,000 orphans, you got 12 million people coming over a span of 20 years, you're gonna have some orphans. You know what I'm saying? And these are the kids that was running around cities, running around all these cities, sticking people up. So they started shipping them out west. This is what they did with these kids, bro. They started shipping them out and setting up orphanages. Not orphanages, they would set up like damn near auctions at these world fairs. and the kids would pull up to different towns in trains, and they would have spot, like you could adopt kids. The train would just pull up full of kids. And what these people were doing, this is after slavery was over. These people were buying kids, and them kids was now working them same fields the slaves used to be working, bro. And that's what all that shit is about. Like, they up here trying to act like these orphan trains or some diabolical shit. Well, it was some diabolical shit, but that's what was going on. It's also what they were doing with some of the kids they were taking from native nations. Any type of orphan they was getting, they was shipping them out into these same areas where they had all them land grants and all that stuff. And that's when they grew, like I guess you would call the Midwest. All them people that they call the Bible Belt people and all that, that's strictly the hard religion shit. A lot of that was settled with. That's what a lot of them, like all that World's Fair shit, all that shit was going on when they was settling all these people. And they were using world fairs to, child labor. They were using world fairs to like how they bring the Super Bowl to a city to get city popping. That's how they was doing the world fairs. To go into certain areas to get that shit really, to bring it up to date. You know what I mean? So they would build buildings. Some would stay. Some were just for show. You know what I mean? They were helping to establish infrastructures. You know what I mean? Yep. Bunch of child labor. That's how they supplemented slavery. So a lot of these people are coming across all this stuff and they turn it into some type of Tartarian mud flood shit, which is the craziest shit in the world. Like, I don't know how they got the Tartarian mixed with mud floods. Mud floods occurred. That shit is a real phenomenon. But they done turned it into all types of shit. Yup.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the exact words he said. Then allow millions of people to come. They even got certifications of completion after attending. That was notarized. Yup, and that's how they all got. That's how they got franchised. How we're disenfranchised. That's how all them people got franchised. They came and gave them motherfuckers tractors, taught them how to work that shit, gave them land. And that's what Martin Luther King was talking about. He was like, man, they brought these motherfuckers over here and gave them a kickstart. But they telling us to pull ourselves up on our bootstraps. And they had just freed the slaves. So I'm sure some clever motherfuckers was getting in on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure some bout it motherfuckers was getting in on they shit, or there was probably a quota that they had to give for black people. You know what I mean? But either way, that's when all the motherfucking white people came here, and that's when they got on. And they still felt like they had to burn down all these successful, you know what I mean, colored towns and shit. But yo, yeah, bro. So I don't want to keep you all night, man. Then we talk about a few good things and shit. Yeah, we gave old girl an opportunity to speak her part. You know what I mean? Expose old two hawks over here. She's about to pull your feathers. Yeah, the fair is weird because it was like they were learning a culture or something there. That's where electricity was shown to the public. Yeah, they were breaking these people into what, like, yeah, they were teaching people what would be American culture. Stuff they was learning. And remember, they was bringing people from all over the world. Any nation that participated, Mulamasi. Any nation that participated got to bring their technology and, you know what I mean, set their stuff up. That's how, like, that's why you'll see different forms of architecture in early America. They were, remember, like, it's crazy how people will talk about how the Moors signed the first treaty with the United States, recognizing them as a foreign sovereign nation, right? First nation outside of America, right? So what do you think came with that? Trade, all types of stuff. So when you start seeing places, like when you start seeing all types of things from different places in the country, I mean, the world, these are all nations that were recognizing the United States as a new country. That's what the World's Fairs were about. They're called World's Fairs. So now you got, because remember, 1776 is not that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking about creating camaraderie with nations from all over the world. You know what I mean? So you're talking about 1870, 100 years later, and now they're starting to create these, you know what I mean? Like, the United States is still creating its international relationships with lots of nations. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the World Fairs is about. Yeah, it's like a job fair, some sort, how you come look at the different jobs available. Yeah, it's that type of thing, but it was for world relations and technology, for them to share technology. And it was an outward example. It was just like, there's a form of allyship. It's like, you know, all these people were entering into agreements, you know what I mean, to grow together. Trading technology, working with people. So you're going to see different forms of, you know what I mean, they represented, each one of them represented the nations with their forms of technology. They all had like their own blocks. That's why some people are seeing maps of these places and thinking it's some ancient Tartarian city. Nah, they was these big, elaborate cities that they was building for these world fairs. They was investing in America. It was bringing people from all over the world to see what's going on in America, so these people could invest in America. That's why America has grown to be what it is. You know what I mean? That's why they say, oh, everybody's in on it. Yeah, everybody's in on it. But yo, about to get out of here, man. Finish up with this, watch my games for the night, see what's going on. All right, yo, to you two Hawks, bro, I want to thank you, say Anishik, for spending time with us tonight. We gave the Renegade Chief an opportunity to come on and speak a word, and they ran out of breath, got too excited, couldn't express themselves, so they checked out. It's cool. We're gonna move on from it. You two be smooth as well, bro. Nah, I mean, you know, we pop in and out. We're gonna be being more frequent with things. Peace to everybody. Silent Hawk, peace, bro. Bro, Two Hawks, get you some rest, bro.
All right, brother.
All right, bro.
All right.
Peace. We'll talk soon.
All right, babe.
All right, peace. All right. So yeah, real quick, just want to say peace to everybody. Thank you for spending a little time with us. You know, we be coming on some bullshit, but we try to share some information with y'all, something. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do, so I'm gonna holler at y'all soon. I'm about to get up out of here. Peace, everybody. Have a good night. Peace for now.